Holy land lovers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Hi, hello, and welcome once again. It is Friday, July 24th, 2026. It sure has been a week, huh? Since we were here last. I don't know. It's been a weird one for me. I don't know what the week's been like for you all. I I mean, for one, in the pre-chat, my mom was addressing the fact that we went from uh, a discussion about prioritizing house projects for my house to getting a quote to having people do a whole bunch of tree maintenance on the big tree in front of my house because we are in storm season. And if there's one thing I've learned since moving to Florida, and there are many things that I've moved since moving to Florida, um, is that all Floridian trees generate like secret weaponized branches that are meant to just like eject during severe weather. And of course, I don't think I actually ever shared the photo that I took after Hurricane Milton. Hurricane Milton is like the historic, like once in a century hurricane that like went directly over Central Florida, which is like normally not exactly like safe, but like not in the direct path of hurricanes. One of the big like environmental concerns living in Florida. So like normally there's just enough land that the hurricanes just like don't have enough force to like be as threatening to Central Florida as they are to other parts of Florida. But like big, huge, like direct shot, like maximum force hurricane like came here like months after I moved in, and it was a genuinely like horrifying night to like sit through, just like the wind and like the darkness and not knowing like what madness was going on outside. And then in the morning like a whole like an enormous like tree limb was like up against my front door, and there was just like an infinite amount of plant debris around, and like I had to ask my parents to like come over and like help clear it because it was just I mean it was like a disaster zone for obvious reasons, I should think. And we ended up building like effectively like a tree fort, just like a fort out of like plant debris. And so like since then I've had like some low grade concern about what would have happened if things had been a little less lucky. And we've now cleared the most obviously threatening stuff, and the tree is in a much healthier shape, and it looks nicer and just seems less old. um Jane says, I'm super anxious about not having my computer still. They closed at the same time the stream started, so I won't be getting it back today. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, Katillian. I presume then that they didn't give you an update on. You said this was the like second time they're looking at it. I think you had told me that you took it to this place and they looked at it and it seemed like it was fine, and then it like crashed again. I had a somewhat similar experience once. It wasn't like a duplicate issue, but like many years ago when I was still in college, I had asked for like a laptop for Christmas, and my dad got a nice refurbished one that had like all the qualities that I wanted to it, and it crashed like the same day I got it, or like the next day or something. That was distressed. Oh, this is first time. Okay, so I mean, like, hopefully they just like fix it. This is a thing that has been making my life really difficult in the past couple years. That I think some people take for granted about moving to a new place, which is it's all like fine and good to like be a relatively self-actualized, responsible adult, relatively doing a lot of heavy lifting there in that sentence in regards to myself. But like, man, it just it increases the mental load of like every little task for you to have to like engineer from base principles like the entirety of like the infrastructure of how you get stuff done. You got to find a doctor, a dentist. You got to find like a garage for your car. You got to find like every type of contractor you need. It's just like the issue I have is that like if I know what I need to do, I can manage it like pretty effectively, but like you just start in this like big horrible unknown with like every single situation where you're just like I need to complete this task, this like important task I don't want to do. And I don't know where to like I have to like do research and then like hope that you don't end up with plumbers who cave in your ceiling and act like that's both cool and normal. Um so yeah, I mean, I think Demolition's move is coming up, and I think Demolition got some good news on that front this week. But I don't think that you have to move far enough that you have to like completely restart the network, whatever you call it. Hi, Jake. You're welcome. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that because it sucks, man. Already got internet. Oh, that's so good. Man, it was such a hassle for me to get internet set up here. Like, I work remotely, and like that was like a consideration to me, like getting the loan to like buy the house. And like I had to like get, I had to like get like an affidavit basically from my boss being like, yeah, the job is remote. You can live in Florida and work here, and it's completely fine, and everyone is happy. Um, but like I still wanted to like kind of hit the ground running with work, partially just you know to make sure that they didn't feel like I was taking advantage of them allowing me to make the big move, but like also um there was like a weird thing when I moved to Florida where they were like, so the rules in Florida for our company's like paid time off are different, but nobody knows how. So it's like, okay. And they're like, yeah, you should like talk to HR. And I like talk to HR, and they're like, yeah, it's different. It's just different. I'm like, yeah, but like, I need to know like in what way it's different because it's like relevant to my interests and to like understanding like how stuff works. I like it's the thing I should know. And they're like, yeah, I mean, it's not the same as the thing. Like it just no matter like how many times I would ask, like I would somehow just get an answer that like wasn't an answer. Which also is not dissimilar from an IT issue that I had at work that was like resolved today, where like we have like a secure like VPN for like a particular facet of what I do because of the remote stuff. And we got like two notices this year, like one in like January or February, and then like one in June. And they were both like, oh, like we have record that you're using like an old version of the VPN, like follow these steps and you'll have the new version of the VPN. And when I got the notice in January, I followed all the steps and it didn't. There's like a thing like at the start of the list of instructions that says like, you'll know that the process is done correctly because like this circled thing will be different. So like it seems like an obvious objective, right? Is like you follow the instructions and at the end the circled thing is different and then everything is good. Question marks profit. And then in June somehow I got like another notice that was like almost identical to the first, which was weird because I had followed all of the steps. Now I will admit that when I had followed all the steps exactly as they had written them, it didn't change the circled thing. But I'm like, I followed all the steps. I don't know what they want me. I did exactly what they told me to. And then it came back around in June. And I was like I can't deny that the circled thing didn't change. So I guess I'll just do it again. And I did it again. And you know what? The circled thing didn't change. And then today, like I logged into the VPN and it was like, oh, yeah, like because you're on like the old VPN, like you can't be logged in for more than an hour now, which means that for like a normal work shift, you'd have to log in like 8 separate times. I'm like, there's absolutely no shot on the face of this earth that you'll convince me that that's a thing I'm going to do for every workday for the rest of my life. Get bent, get stuffed, get dumpstered, get lost, get out of here. So like I immediately like called the IT desk and I'm on hold for like 10 minutes. And like I get in touch with someone and I like explain the stupid thing. And I'm like, all right, so like, here's the situation. Like, you sent me 2 notices and I followed all the instructions and it didn't fix it. And now today it's just broken and that's unacceptable. So now you have to fix it. And like, like the thing is that like, I don't know. I'm like the Cassandra of problem solving, where like even when I don't fully understand the problem, I typically not always. I'm not saying like I know everything, but like I usually have a good enough understanding about the things going on around me that like I have a pretty good sense of what's wrong. And like if I don't, I'll just be like, I have no idea. I really don't. But like in this case, I was like, yeah, so like, the circled thing never changed, and that seems like the core problem here, which is weird because I followed your instructions multiple times. And so like, they do one of those like IT like remote desktop access sessions or whatever. And the guy says like, oh yeah, it turns out like we're actually getting a lot of calls about this today. Um, and I think it's because there was like a server reset that like set people back to like the previous version. And I'm like, that's
My
incorrect.
wet words dried up.
That's not the correct. That is not it. The thing that happened is you finally implemented the change that you were warning everyone about. But here's the thing. There was like there was simply a missing step to their instructions where like once you had like uninstalled and reinstalled and like configured some stuff and whatever, that like you were supposed to like manually change the circled thing. Like you were supposed to like just change the circled part of it. But nothing in the instructions says that. Like it just, all it says at the very beginning is like, when you're done, this will look different. And it doesn't, because you have to do it and it never tells you how to do it. So the guy like does the remote desktop and like goes to the thing that's supposed to be different and like uses some thing that's like not like normally available to me or whatever and just like changes it. And he's like, and now it's fine. And it is, but it's like all you had to do was like put that in the instructions. And now, as a result of that, like not only did that like annoy me, but like now you're getting a huge flood of IT problems because like you sent out these instructions multiple times and they're just wrong. It's just like when I was complaining when I played Five Hearts Under One Roof and I was like trying to get I think it's the grand ending that's busted, where like every guide online is wrong. Like I've read like multiple guides and like followed their instructions and did not get the grand ending. And like it's simply wrong. It tells you to do a wrong thing. And I think what happened is that one person posted it and didn't check it, and then other people just copy and pasted it. But like the instructions are wrong and will never get you the result you want because they're wrong. It's crazy. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, Jakey. Enjoyed the bonus doubloons. Sarah said, I'm Cassandra in my everyday life, so often I'm absolutely her descendant. That's not great for you, and I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I don't know. All things considered, week went pretty well. Work has still been like kind of exhausting, but I've like gradually been getting more and more cooperation. Even like some of the most uncooperative stuff is like finally getting resolved. I for complicated reasons, I had like a half work day today, but like I noticed an email come in the afternoon that was basically like the station that like hasn't been complying for like a shockingly long time, that's like truly on the verge of just like having all their stuff dropped. And I can't emphasize enough how difficult it is to make that happen. Like you have to be so bad at submitting your compliance paperwork to reach a point where they're just gonna outright drop you. Like it's so hard to do that. And these people are like super close. And like my manager had forwarded something from like a related contact who's like been managing like it since it got really severe. It was basically just like, please make a note of this. And it's basically like, yeah, you should like tell them this is like the last chance, and if anything comes up, just like doomsday. It's like I cannot emphasize enough how like this has happened like twice since I've been working here, and like they were both extreme cases. But for someone in my position, it's good news because like if they're just not gonna do what they agreed to do, and they're not gonna listen to me or communicate with me or cooperate in any way, it's realistically the only thing we can do. But it takes so much effort to reach that point that it's reassuring when we finally get there. Yeah, one less client to work with. And like, I don't know, I am not of the impression that my company is like particularly struggling, unlike my last one in its final days where it was so clearly struggling and they just refused to acknowledge it. They were like outright like lying to the employees about it, even though we knew better. But like also just like the thing is, in a case like that, right, like they're legitimately just like not a good like client to have, because like they're not making us money. Like if they don't comply with the paperwork, we basically don't get paid for like the barter stuff that they're contracted for. So like it's basically like, would I rather have a client who doesn't pay me or less work to do? Like, not really a hard choice. He says, knowing how big corp IT works, the group that distributed the instructions didn't write them and no one realized it because no one was reporting on this. The funny thing about that, Keen, is that they suggested that like people like reply to like the IT support email if they had any questions. And the second time the instructions went out, I literally wrote back to them with my exact concern of like, I have now followed these steps twice and it didn't change the circled part. Please advise. And just stone no response. Which doesn't surprise me because there, I think it was like last year. I think it was like a full year ago. They forced me to like upgrade my work laptop so that it would be compatible with Windows 11 because my last one wasn't, I guess. I don't know. And so they like sent me a new one, and then they in at one point they like sent an email that was like and you know like once like 2 weeks have passed or something along those lines, like once some increment of time has passed, we will send you instructions on how to send back this like laptop so it can properly be disposed of. And I never got those instructions, but then like a month and a half later I got like a vaguely ominous email that was sort of like, we see that you have not returned the work laptop. And I was like, correct, could you please send me those instructions you did not send me? I will then return the laptop once I know whatever procedure you require of me. And they did not respond to that either. But what appears to have happened, to the best of my understanding, is that there were a bunch of false positives where people who had returned the laptops were getting those same emails and like were mad about it. And so I think they just like wrote off like all the responses, and it's just like, okay, but like what do I do now? I'm unclear how to proceed because you didn't send me the instructions either when you were supposed to or when I requested them later. I don't know. Working with people is very difficult. She says, it's like my work. So police still use setup documents from 2014. I mean, listen, there is a document that my department interfaces with on almost a daily basis that like absolutely has not been updated in the entire time that I've worked here. And I'm going to let you in on a secret. I know it's got typos in it. I don't know if there's any like functional issue. Actually, no, it's probably old enough now that there's at least one functional issue with it, to be honest. But no one, I don't even know who would be in charge of updating it. But I'm not gonna be the one who gets in trouble for like sending out something that's against form or whatever. I don't need to borrow that trouble. So now we're making new ones for 2026 that are worse than mine. Missing info. Yeah, see, that's the because they still think the 2014s aren't used. Oh, that's an interesting gap in understanding, huh? That there's just enough people using the 2014 that they don't realize that technically this was updated in 2021 and they're just like starting from the ground up. That's really ridiculous. Working with people's hard, man. You know what else is hard? Getting the Rise of the Golden Idol to work like at all. Because we all know it's going to crash when I transition in just a moment. Let's I don't know. Let's do it this order. I think it's less trouble for me if I change the sound settings and then head over and then crash it. Because I think there's a subtle distinction where if I like go over and then try to adjust the audio, it's in the process of crashing, but then I have to bring up the sound menu. I gotta be honest, I'm not gonna miss this. It remains to be seen if I will miss Rise of the Golden Idol at all when it's done. But I'm definitely not gonna miss the reliable start of stream crash. I will say there is some sense that like as you progress through the game it becomes more stable, which almost makes a certain amount of sense in the fact that like at least the DLC was released later than the main game. So like if like the core release just like has the most functional problems that causes the most crashes, and then the DLC like doesn't really do that, like that makes a certain amount of sense. One would like to think that in the age of like digital semi-automated patches like pushed through Steam, that like you would make a patch so the game doesn't crash like a whole bunch like at all. But you know, beggars and choosers and whatnot. So let's take a look at this downloadable content, huh? At this point, we've played through the main game, and we've completed 3 DLCs known respectively as The Sins of New Wells, The Lemurian Phoenix, and The Age of Restraint. These all have varying degrees of quality, but if you've been playing along at home, you know that, generally speaking, I have a lot of issues with this game. But I have been reflecting this week on the fact that, like, I think I'm legitimately glad to have continued playing through this game, despite some moments of, like, intense frustration. For one, I really did enjoy doing that horrendous TED Talk that I don't think anyone liked, regarding how much I hated the conclusion of the Lemurian Phoenix. I think it's like an absolute, like, Marianas Trench of low point for this game. And like a non-trivial amount of fans of this game think it's like the best the series has to offer, which is so profoundly upsetting to me in its own right. But also just like there's been something really satisfying to being able to identify some of the problematic trends between the games. And even within just the scope of this game, where like it's almost comical how reliable it is among the DLC, that like the first two, like basically the first half of each DLC is good or at least fine, and then by the end it's usually bad or extremely bad. Age of Restraint wasn't terrible, but Lemurian Phoenix was, so it still largely averages out. If somehow the Curse of the Last Reaper like doesn't end like absolute piss, like it might actually make the DLC overall like a better experience than the core game, but like not by a lot. And it's interesting too because those same flaws carry over from the main game. But I digress because I do want to finish this game, and I've already spent more time talking than I intended to at the top of the stream. Let's get started with the Curse of the Last Reaper. Jake, you asking the important questions in chat, like what should I do with 2 pounds of German Oktoberfest shaped gummies that are kind of flavorless? Wow, there's actually like a shocking amount of plot twists in that sentence. They're Oktoberfest shaped gummies? I mean, I assume that sort of implies like they're shaped like things that are Oktoberfest themed. But it would be interesting to me if they were somehow shaped in the abstract concept of what Oktoberfest would look like. But also the gummies are flavorless. Like that's a weird choice. Perhaps it's not intentional, but it's weird. Shapes are Bierstein, Lederhosen, Hearts, and Pretzels. You know what? Fair. As a half German who has the classic German physique and cannot get rid of it despite his best efforts, gonna say that's fair. Unrelated update. I'm down to 2 slices of cheesecake from an entire Cheesecake Factory cheesecake I've been working on for almost the entire month of July. Some of the like edges of the chocolate cake component of the Reese's peanut butter chocolate cake cheesecake are finally starting to go a little stale. So I've pretty much maximized enjoyment out of it. But also, it's really warped my diet in a fascinating way that I'm really pretty convinced that I have lost weight this month eating an entire cheesecake, but through a means that I do not recommend. Freeze it. I mean, at this point, I don't think I'd probably have the space where I could manage to do that, but like there's so little time. Like I feel like I'm just gonna eat it and like just some like small parts of the cake will be a little less good. Like I don't think it behooves me to like. I don't think it will do anything more to preserve it at this point. Okay, so where are we at? So we played through 2 segments. Some of these have 2 or 4 story segments, and some have 5. This is starting to look like it might be a 5er, so we should really hop to it. But basically, first we looked at a scenario in which people were clamoring to find the genuine treasure map left behind by basically like a pirate ship that it's like captain died under like mysterious circumstances after like a voyage where like something ominous was found and no one knows what it was. It's all very like Return of the Obra Dinn. And we worked through that. It was very challenging, but like a really good puzzle, actually, I thought. And in the end, we like figured out who had the real map, and that led us into the second story, which was like that person sort of led an expedition and located the pirate ship. Although it's kind of confusing because like why did the treasure map lead them to like where the ship was like crashed, but like it wasn't even like marooned on an island. It seemed like it was like in the middle of the ocean. The logistics of it were all very confusing. But like basically the second puzzle was sort of like they found the ship and were trying to figure out what had happened. And that involved sort of like looking at all of the remains of the pirate crew, but also like using sort of like narrative sleight of hand to show us like a glimpse of like the moment where like a mutiny went down and we had to figure out like who had killed who and like get an understanding of why. But like that case ended on this really interesting cliffhanger, I thought, where like the focus of that whole scene was like figuring out the mutiny, but like that wasn't the important thing to figure out. That was just a cool puzzle that they layered on top of a small detail that they wanted you to work out, which was that like one of the crew members of the expedition in the present like seemed to have gotten like injured and then like disappeared under mysterious circumstances. And like if you like carefully like review the scene, you realize that like basically like something in the water set a trap and then just dragged him in. And I have no idea where we're going. It's probably like a siren or something. My mom, who bought me the cheesecake that I mentioned a moment ago, says, I think you've done a masterful job of rationing the cake while making the most of it. No need to eat the stale bits. But, I mean, they're only a little stale. I mean, I could eat around it and it would still be fine. But, like, today is, like, the first day that any part of it has been noticeably stale. And, like, I think the last piece might even be fine. So the trick is that like the cheesecake, if you buy a whole Cheesecake Factory cheesecake, there's like, I think it's just wax paper. It might be some other like fancy like confectioner's paper or something like that. But there's like paper that's like curved between each individual slice of cheesecake. And it helps to maintain freshness by like reducing the air exposure. But like because of the situation where like I'm cutting the slice in half to have half a slice every day, I've been like trying to like re-paper over the exposed bits, and like I think some days I've been more successful than others. But this like last slice has been like surrounded fully by the wax paper on both sides. So like the one that I'm like probably going to start tomorrow might be like a little stale in some parts. But I think the last one's gonna be completely fine. Which suggested I redeem birthday command for some reason. Well, I mean, You said birthday when you described it, so... Olay. Also, hi, Neko. Welcome to the stream. You're just in time for pirate stuff. I just did the recap. Something ominous is about to happen. Click the face. Sickness and health, the law of the jungle takes its toll. We're already out of pirate stuff, aren't we? That's the... So, like, the first one was, like, set in pirate times, and the second one was clearly, like, pirate themed because it was a pirate ship and a mutiny and cutlasses and yar, and it was great. But, like, we're instantly, like, it's there's not going to be any pirate stuff left, right? Yeah, sickness and health is a weird word choice. It does suggest pirate marriage, which sounds awesome. I mean, like, I think my peak A1, like, S-tier goal in life is to become pirate married, but I think the odds of that happening are, like, staggeringly low. I guess I'll click on the guy with the flintlock. So my punishment is the only reason I'm alive. Wow, what a starting point, huh? This watch has to be important, right? Because it, like, made a cameo in the last one, and now it's here, and it, like, didn't matter in either of those. Like, it's gotta be one of those, like, carryover plot twist nonsense things, right? Alright, this guy's, like, super dead. He speaks no evil? What is this? Is it supposed to be, like, the handle on his, like, cutlass? It doesn't look the same. Everyone, I have terrible news. You won't believe this, but I have every reason to myself suspect that the game is being honest with me in this particular case. This man is not breathing. I know, I'm shocked too. I just wanted to stop making the noise. I'm not looking at that yet. Okay, let's look at... Oh my god, he sees no evil. Is that literally what we're doing? I was kind of joking. This one, also not breathing, has, like, weird symbols on his hand. Lightning Bolt 79? Did he rep the Trenton Thunder in 1979? Did the, like, minor league baseball team, the Trenton Thunder, exist in 1979? Any knowers in chat? And this guy hears no evil. No joke. Alright. Oh, another 2 time period thing. They're really committed to the parallel storytelling here, which is interesting. Ask you, do you think the green-skinned man curled up on the floor is breathing? I can't tell. Well, listen, sometimes this game has misled me. The game seems to want me to think he's not breathing. I mean, this guy, I kind of assumed he was not breathing because he was, like, covering his mouth and his nose. You like the return to the past? Well, we're currently in the past, so we can't return to here. Oh, hang on. We've got the medical kit. We have a tense tab. Oh, we have a tense tab. That's fun. And we're kind of just figuring out who was bunking where. It's like the homeless people at the docks who had, like, the hierarchy of, like, shipping container. Oh, shipping containers. Oh, boy. March 7th. It is a sorrowful thing what befell Walter Keane. I liked him. He never hit me, not even once. I gotta tell you, it's a really upsettingly low bar for liking a person. That makes me very sad. What about a return to the future? I think the technical term for that is a back to the future. You return to the past, but you back to the future. Does that sound right? It sounds right to me. March 8th. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Release day. Ah, drowsiness doth take me over, and the witch proclaims herself stricken with illness. This is like, I don't know if it's intentional, but this is comedy. This is like, Dear Diary, I have died. XOXO Gossip Girl. Almighty Dagon. I saw the dreaded spitflies again. Avert marks of the deadly disease from my body. Take others. The witch claims she has a preventative cure for the fever in her kit. If this is true, give poor Tom a sign. I like that he crumpled and these are the symbols. This is Lightning 79. This guy's into the Trenton Thunder. It does look like he's, summoning Exodia or something. And then over here, we got a book. Captain's Journal, March 6th. Continuing our journey to destination. Boy, these guys are just as bad at storytelling as the people who wrote the video game, huh? They're trying to make it into environmental storytelling. Is like, see, the story is bad because the pirates are bad at telling stories, you understand? March 7th. Did what was supposed to be done. Guy got what he wanted and what he deserved. What a jest! What a funny way of putting that. March 8th. Heading back. Ada reports slight fever. March 9th. Ada has red marks. Twerp slept on duty. Couldn't keep his eyes open for 4 measly hours. Heh. Penalty of death by withholding something. I am truly a genius. Alright, seems like a bad sign. What's weird about this is that isn't the whole point of the last case that we did that almost every single member of the crew died aboard or immediately off the side of the ship where it was derelict? And there's the map, and then watch duty. Noon to 1, Jacques Triton. Oh, this is before the ship left, because Triton died. And that's why they had, I understand, that's why they had the vote at 13:30. God, I really gotta accelerate.
I don't need a map.
I really gotta figure out my stuff so I can just play through the whole Zero Escape series and then force you all to understand why I keep saying that and why I think it's funny. And none of you will, but I will force you to adapt to the joke, and then I'll pretend that you enjoy it. 1 to 2, Cyril Amiot. I think that's a character from Pirates of the Spanish Main. And then from 2 to 4, this poor sap has double
Abraham
duty.
Lincoln.
Tom Adkin. And then from 4 to 8, Stefan Garner, who is the guy who survived. He's the one who lived. Ada Baker exempt due to illness. So Ada got sick first, it sounds like? Okay, hold on. I swear I didn't know. You won't shoot a sick woman, will you? Well, she's got sores and she is weeping, but I can't tell if the sores are weeping, you know? You understand? Let's Back to the Future. Okay, so this is the modern expedition. It's got mutton chops here. This dude ate the bad mushroom from Widow's Bay for sure. Harry Potter is the one who lived. I thought he was just like the boy who was in all the stories. Two ladies getting married. Well, you know, at some point we have to figure out who is in which tent. So it's possible that 2 of them were roommates. That's all I'm saying. Let me look at this guy. Oh, this guy's got a lot going on. So I've only seen him once in my entire life, so I wouldn't have recognized him without the cigarette case. But this is the guy who, funded the expedition. I don't want to get ahead of myself or jump to any conclusions. I think this man is not breathing. Let's let the game verify. The man is not breathing. Okay. And then he's got a ruby ring and Spirit Journey with Don Hernan. What fun. That sounds like fun. Yellow Amanita. Low levels of Neurozinth. Calming effect is suitable for loving kindness meditation. Not to be confused with Wizard's Hat. Murky Cone Cup. Listen, I haven't read the description. You're gonna have a really hard time convincing me that Murky Cone Cup is a mushroom that I should eat. Medium levels of Neurozinth. Gently discover your connection with the loving cosmos. Hard pass? That's a hard pass from me, dog? Wizard's Hat. High levels of Neurozinth. Beware. You can meet your shadow. That is, legitimately, that sounds very similar to the Widow's Bay mushroom. For experienced practitioners only. Well, it's not great that sounds like it looks extremely much like the other. Also, I have to say that a black and white guide to mushrooms that indicates their deadliness without specifying the color either visually or in the text is not a good guide. And then this other paper, expedition contract. Oh, I think this is the same as before. Oh, he just absorbed the guy's 10% after he got eaten by a siren or whatever. What a jerk. Alright, so that's that guy. Here's Mutton Chops. Come quick, Myrtle. Maybe we can still save him. Yeah, with my med gun. Let's see. Ruby Ring. First, oh, brother. We're gonna learn so much about medicine. What am I looking at? Is this like a... Is this a fun dip, like, overdose aid? He has the sour apple blue raspberry one, so he's suffocated to death. Symptoms: hallucinogen overdose, suffocation, damaged intestines. I mean, suffocated for sure. Extremely blue. Like his car and his house and everything was blue like him. Inside and outside. Presence of nerve agent or head trauma. Manifests as diluted pupils, mixed up or heightened sensory inputs. It's a little hard for me to... Like, I think we would call those pupils dilated. I don't think they're as exaggerated as this, but if you compare them to the other folks, well, I don't know. I don't know if that matters. Oh, this is one of those... aliens from Star Trek, the original series. You know, if you know, you know. That's right, the new Star Trek is, the Star Trek Strange New Worlds is back, and I didn't realize it until, like, tonight, and I haven't watched it yet. Listen. I know you think I'm a hater, and you're not exactly wrong. But also, everything I've heard about this last season of Strange New Worlds kind of makes me think it's not going to be good. But, okay, it's fine. We'll figure it out. Symptoms. Blue skin tone can be caused by low body temperature or oxygen deficit. Normal is fine. Normal okay. Breathing good. Red skin tone can be caused by high body temperature or oxygen oversaturation. That sounds hard to do. But obviously, he's red skin, blue tongue can't lose. That's interesting. Demolition says, Strange New Worlds. Apparently 1 is horrid, picks up in 2 or 3, 6 is very good. I remember I read like a synopsis like a few weeks back on like what the plots... No, it wasn't a synopsis. It was an interview with like 2 of the creators, and they were like talking about the plots for like the first like 4 episodes of the season, and I was like, oh, those all don't sound like good Star Trek episodes. Those all sound like the stuff that I didn't like from last season, where you forgot to write Star Trek and were just doing weird stuff with people you cast to make a Star Trek show. The puppet one is supposedly hilarious. Like, listen, I am a hater, but I do expect the puppet one to be a good time. If it's not, like, they've just failed the entire task completely. Like the musical episode. Yeah, I'm not even sure I'm, like, the biggest hater of the musical episode, but, like, it wasn't great. And it was, like, that is kind of the vibe of, like, a lot. I don't remember specifically all the details of the 4 synopses, but, like, they were all sort of, like, let me put it this way. It wasn't, like, the plot descriptions weren't, like, ooh, like the Enterprise encounters, like, insert, like, thought-provoking science fiction basis for a story. It's like, love dinosaurs. It's like, alright, I guess. Okay, so I think I looked at that fully. Blood agents. Paraxin, pink paste, used in industrial processing. If ingested, blocks organs' ability to retrieve oxygen from blood, causing suffocation. That is weird, though, right? Because the red skin suggests over-oxygenation of blood, but the tongue suggests suffocation. Which I think you could reconcile, but seems unintuitive. You're aware of the plot? Can I talk about it? I mean, I'd rather you didn't, but it's not the end of the world if you did. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a crap if I cut my shroom eating something. Drenochrome, brown liquid. Don't drink the brown liquid. Please don't do it. Heart stimulant. If overdosed, stops heart, fatal. More to come. Dark blue liquid. Anti-parasite drug. If overdosed, cause extreme airway inflammation, leading to blockage. That feels like that could be in the ballpark of what we're looking at. Frig X. Oh, that's a good fake drug name. Frig X. But now that I've been playing like months worth of Pokemon Champions, I just can't think of anything other than like Farigiraf. Vasco, I'm British and I love gravy. You can't tell me not to drink the brown liquid. Can we amend it? How can we agree that you shouldn't drink the brown liquid of unknown origin from the jungle? If you're in the jungle and you don't know about the brown liquid, you shouldn't drink it. Also, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of with Jakey on this one. My preferred gravy is white gravy. Anyway, Freak X is a sleep drug. If overdosed, cools body, damages liver. That's not what we're doing. That's not it. What happened to this guy that I need to understand like 5 different things that caused him to die? Is this like a murder on the Orient Express or something? Corotil, that's extremely difficult to pronounce. That's not how you use vowels. Purple liquid, hallucinogen. If overdosed, overheats body, damages digestive system, fatal. I don't think that's it. Vaunt 42, white powder pesticide. If overdosed, I'm pretty sure the correct dose of pesticide is none, please. If overdosed, overheats body, causes brain death, fatal. Promedil salts, white liquid. Why is salt liquid? What are you doing over there in the jungle? If overdose, paralyzes lungs, fatal. Neurazinth, yellow powder, hallucinogen. If overdose, leads to extreme nausea, but non-fatal. Well, that's probably a piece of the puzzle, eh? Okay, and then we got tropical and diseases, the separate pages. I think it's supposed to be straight across, but I'm going to level with you. That's not how you title stuff correctly. Maladitaria, spread by swamp mosquitoes. Symptoms: vomiting, high temperature, fever. Scarlet fever, spread by tropical spitfly. Now, they said in the past that they noticed the spitflies. Symptoms: red pockmarks, also witnessed. Very high temperature, also witnessed. Yellowing eyes. Hold on. Possible? Possible, but like extremely subtle if true. Well, how about the... Unclear. No, that's all your stuff. Okay. Let me look at this mysterious bottle of Black Raven whiskey. I've learned nothing. Let me look at this tent. What am I looking at? A red plant that someone is using rage powder to redirect an attack from an opposing Pokemon as long as it's not a grass type. I don't really understand what this book depicts. But look, there's a drawing of like a crow with arms. That's fun. And some kind of beetle, and that's all the TV there is. And then in this tent, there's like a fun little lion cub patch. That's nice. And then, I don't know, is that a box full of caterpillars or like weird cigars that are the wrong color? It's a lot of tents, actually. This one has mustache wax and a ham radio, or maybe like a mobile receipt printer or something. Red cigarettes, not blue cigarettes. A straight razor and like some headphones. And this has a book on aviation. That's like Swan's jam, right? She's in this expedition, yeah? And I think she had those cigarettes before. And she's got makeup, so obviously it's a woman. And then the blue cigarettes. Bring me the blue page. Oh wait, here's another one of those cigar things. That's weird. I'm sure that's important. It is weird to me how like nothing in these tents is like interactable. Let me look at. No, I'm gonna save that one. Let me look at the silhouette people. It seems someone is living here. But don't you see, Eliza? They're not attacking us. They're trying to scare us away. That means they themselves are afraid, so we needn't be. We should push on. I'm not sure that's the correct takeaway. Do you like that, Bird? Bird is worth it listening to all this medical awfulness. You love medical awfulness, Sarah. If I know one thing about you, it's that your favorite genre is upsetting medicine. Doesn't that guy have a wallet with the yellow patch? I'm not sure I remember what thing you're referring to, Sarah. Still, Jasper, Mr. Monocle is afraid, and if he wants to return home, we can't refuse because he owns the ship. Surely you can see that as well as everyone else. Well, what I can see is that the man is not breathing. Yeah. Oh, this guy's he's a leg cutter, huh? Did we know there were leg cutters on the expedition? I guess Eliza is. So, yeah. Guys, it turns out the crucified zombie guy, not breathing. The blue tongue guy has the yellow patch thing. You mean his, like, cigarette case? Oh, it has the lion symbol. I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll look at something now. No, brother. Hold on. These factors show that the pirate crew's deaths were caused by blank. These factors show that Antoine Spilsbury... What a fake name. Me when I'm Greg Glass? Show that Antoine Spilsbury's death was caused by blank. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, the front door implication is that this guy had a mushroom, but like it feels like it's I don't know. I have the impression that his death's like a combination of things. Am I crazy? Does anyone else have a different vibe? Boy, oh boy. In 1797, blank contracted blank to prevent themselves from getting ill. Blank, blank, and blank, blank the blank she provided. So she's the witch. The remaining crew member blank was blank the blank, having blank on blank. That one has to be beans on toast, don't you think, Neko? However, the blank was blank, so blank, blank, and blank died. I mean, I get the gist from what he says is like his punishment is what kept him alive, is that like the medicine that they thought the witch made was actually the thing that killed her. And so like everyone else died of it, and that guy didn't get the medicine, and so he didn't die. In 1927, blank wanted the expedition blank after the blank of blank was blank. I'm guessing that's like the body of whatever that guy's name was, like Ansel M, was found or something like that. To ensure the expedition blank, 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 blank with blank. I like to imagine that last word is scissors, just for like maximum confusion. This is going to be a tough one, I think. What do we think is going on here? I feel like the cigarette stuff and the whiskey bottle are like important in a way that I am not clocking. It's really upsetting to me that this guy would like have a guide on like what mushrooms like not to eat, and then he did it anyway. Oh yeah, that's for sure a wizard's hat. It has the little like halfway down skirt. It's not even actually that hard to tell the difference if somehow you knew these were like the only types of mushroom on the island. It's the whiskey, the brown liquid. That's an interesting thought that they just masked it as whiskey. So I mean, dude definitely took the mushroom. It has high levels of Nurazin. And we all know from, like, reading a book for, like, 9 hours that, like, Nurazin leads to extreme nausea but isn't fatal. So the only way that in and of itself would be fatal is if he, like, vomited himself to, like, extreme dehydration or something. My blind guess is after the Sultans of Swing was written. That's good. That's good. Cinemax cartoon is on Tubi TV now. I still haven't watched it, man. God, I really gotta cancel some. I heard that like now, Prime Video is like making it so that like it's not part of the Prime paid service anymore. And even though like Prime Video is not like the main reason I've maintained like a Prime subscription, I think them doing that might finally get me to cancel my Prime subscription. I kind of hate having it. It's expensive. I don't make that many orders. Like it would mean like having to like pay on shipping occasionally, but I honestly think that it like it would come out in the wash the amount I order. Both will be cheaper, right? Natalie Portman in like Attack of the Clones meme demolition. So what we know. Did I read all this? I don't think I actually did. Low oxygen in blood typically caused by blocked airways, lung malfunction. Interesting way of putting it. Heart malfunction. But that's low oxygen. He has high oxygen, right? Normal body temperature is typically caused by external environment, but some chemicals can induce it. But like, I don't think it's like a lung or heart malfunction because we're looking at high temperature, high oxygen. Or I guess it's or, not and. So I don't think it's like the heart stop, or is there one that like just stops breathing? There's like liver damage. Firaxin. If ingested, blocks organs' ability to retrieve oxygen from blood, causing suffocation. Yeah, that kind of covers everything, right? Because it would mean that the blood itself was over-oxygenated because the blood wouldn't be removed from it, but he would still, the cause of death would be suffocation. I think it's Firaxin, the pink paste. That's also almost certainly a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. I summoned Firaxin in attack mode. Presence of nerve agent or head trauma. This might pertain more to the past. Because of like the swollenness of his face, which is also indistinguishable from like a regular face in the Golden Idol games. Suffocation, no breathing. Indeed, Catilia. Catilia's now taken up Zacula's mantle of just like using the same call and response, which I am a huge fan of. You probably know this about me. I don't know. I think it's Scarlet Fever out here? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know this one. This guy has the sketchy fish corpse tent. That is... Okay, the pass is over here. So that's... Oh. Yeah, this one. I don't think I know what Captain Triton looks like, huh? High ox is a method to not drown in liquid breathing environments. So you suffocate but have high ox. Wouldn't you need to do something to your body so that your body like processes more oxygen from the blood? Like, wouldn't you need like an additional process for that to do the thing? These are so upsetting. I can't even tell when they look wrong. I think, Neko, as much as I tease the game, I honestly kind of think that's why the game has like taken to when a character is dead and you click on them and it just says like they are not breathing. I think that's why it does that, because the art style is like so confusing. Hey, speak of the Zacula, we were just talking about you. Mainly in the sense...
Birthday?
Sure. Someone said it earlier.
Ole!
Oh god, it never ends. No, Zacula, we're trying to end it tonight. But everyone wants to talk and be interesting, so it may take us forever. So, this lady... Okay. This lady is Swan, right? And Swan is a leg cutter, which means she's like also the plain... I'm pretty sure she's the plain person. Is all I'm gonna say. So everyone has like a first aid kit. Oh, wait! Oh, no! Everyone has a first aid kit, except she has hers right here. So that means the one tent in her time period that doesn't have the med kit is hers, probably. Which one is that? Not you. Not you. Not you. Okay, this one. Do you also have something else that would verify this? Not really. You have that confusing skull plant book. Jiki says my wetware is dry when I watch this. I think that's just good common sense, really. And what was this? Expedition contract. I guess it just gives us the names again, right? So Myrtle Song is that lady. So I've already placed the women. Jasper, Ivan. I don't understand. So Radigan was the ship captain who's gone missing, so we don't really need to know his deal. Does anyone remember which guy Mutton Chops is? I don't want to have to open another case. You know what this game is like. Oh, this guy's Jasper, right? So that should narrow it down. Not you. So that guy's Jasper, which leaves us with Antoine. So the Mutton Chops is Ivan Kearns. Okay. Does that help me at all? How do I... So, oh, wait a minute. Dead guy has the lion patch, but also the weird cigar thing. So that's a lock. What were the cigarette brands in 1927? Well, if, I mean, this strongly suggests that this is like a guy's tent, right? Well, I guess both the ones left are guys. So, I mean, this guy's got like mustache wet. He's got like, this guy's got a mutton stash. So like, he's probably the guy with this, and I mean, Jasper's the one who had the map, right? So like, I think those are all correct. Which leaves us with what precisely? So she didn't know, which means that she is the quote-unquote witch, which suggests that she has the medicine? So a sorrowful thing that befell Walter Keene. I liked him. Drowsiness doth overtake me. The witch proclaims herself stricken with illness. It's on March 8th. Is she the only woman? She's got to be Ada, right? I don't know what your deal is, Puss in Boots. I know where you belong. I don't know where you belong. Sorrowful thing what befell Walter Keene. So Walter Keene is already dead. We got Stefan. So is this Stefan?
What if it's a Kotori Bako?
Oh, Kotori Bako could be responsible for all this death, I think. It's some kind of occult thing with body parts in a wooden box in Japan.
Was it a Mochi?
No, Mochi definitely didn't survive to the jungle. He died beforehand.
Sam and Max, freelance police.
No. Sam and Max are busy on Tubi. Someone established that. Now, Mr. Featherly, he appeared in, multiple episodes of Midtown Cowboys, but I think his production
Civil
schedule.
pandemic, licensed
makes it
psychotherapist.
Why are there so many Sam and Max ones in a row? What's going on there?
Mr. Featherly.
Well,
Emogen something something.
Emogen something. Emogen something layered over a cybernetic space marine with no memory of his
George
past
Clooney.
is extremely good. It's very, very good. I love Imogen something. This it's like S tier. There are many good redemptions in name game, but what an exciting addition that was. That alone, I think that soundbite in and of itself was probably worth playing Techno Babylon start to finish. But it also brought us My Wet Wears Dried Up, which is also extremely good. Okay, so what's the deal? Their skin's like green, right? I should probably care about that. I'm having a hard time figuring out what information I'm supposed to use to like place these guys. Hang on. Only one of them is missing shoes, huh? So I guess that's where the bald guy goes? Grasping at straws since 1927. I don't even need this window. There aren't any words here. So shoes guy. And that leaves us with... Like, I really feel like she's... It's like someone describes her making like a potion or something, right? Penalty of death by withholding something. Yeah. Did what was supposed to be done. He got what he wanted and what he deserved. That's March 7th. The other person with the journal... So Walter Keene did something. And died. Yeah, I think she's the witch just by process of she's the only woman here, and I think there's enough evidence to believe that, but like I think that means she's this top one that has like the med kit in it. Oh, this one. I think that's what I'm supposed to take away from that. So that leaves two. And this is the captain, and the guy who's alive isn't the captain. So it's got to be like this? Okay, great. I did it. I solved the tent puzzle. I don't know how important that is, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's actually relevant to solving this, like, at all. Oh, boy. So she's got pockmarks and fever for sure. And they have, like, green skin. Why does she not have the green skin, do you think? But I think we're saying that's blue skin that is caused by low body temperature or low oxygen. And that can be caused by blocked airways, lung malfunction, or heart malfunction. Is there anything else that gives the pockmarks? Or is it like one of those weird House MD things where, like, the pockmarks are because there's, like, mosquitoes around, but the actual cause of death is, like, other unrelated stuff? Not overheats, we're looking for cools. I mean, I think... So he's... No, not overheated body, suffocation. Suffocation and too much oxygen in the blood, I think, is Firaxin, right? But how do I think he would have gotten Firaxin? Used in industrial processing. Industrial processing of what? This Black Raven is such a red herring. You know what I mean? This is finally lupus. God, wouldn't that be wonderful? Do the others have dilated eyes? Oh yeah, theirs are super dilated. So they have cold skin and super dilated eyes. The dilated eyes mixed up or heightened sensory inputs. That's such a confusing diagnosis. Why, thank you for Raxon. Allow me to explain. Very good, Utilers. Very good. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Presence of nerve agent or head trauma. Nerve agent, huh? Are there tongues visible in 1797? No, they're very specifically covered. That's curious. I wonder why that is. I guess they just don't want us to use that information to figure out their symptom. So they have hallucinogens. We think. I think. Also have low temperature or blood, which can be caused by blocked airways or like organ failure of various types. I need two. Both of them should be diagnosed with two symptoms, it sounds like. Oh no, wait a minute. More to come. Morticium. Anti-parasite drug, if overdosed, causes extreme airway inflammation, leading to blockage. So airway inflammation. I'm not convinced that's a better fit than what I have here. Rig X sleep drug. If overdosed, cools body, damages liver. Is liver damage a thing that causes the thing? Is that a helpful description? No, lung and heart are specified. Although this is interesting. Is this supposed to be part of the diagnosis? Or is this supposed to be simply narrative? My impression is narrative, but I'm not sure. Every blockage equals suffocation. But airway inflammation isn't inherently blockage, is it? Skin points to low ox on the pirates. Potentially, yeah. I do think it doesn't seem like anyone else got the sores. So I think that, like, she got bit. My impression is that she got bit by a spitfly and misdiagnosed her problem and treated everyone for some bad diagnosis, which ended up killing them. Why is there someone strung up like Jesus? It says school play. It's as good as an explanation as I can provide you, I think. No, the implication is that there are, like, natives on this island, and they're aware of the presence of the people in 1927, and they, like, killed someone and made him a scarecrow to scare them off. It has red marks. Twerp slept on duty. This guy is Twerp for sure. So this guy, we know that. Yeah, he's Stefan. That tracks. I don't know which. If I looked at the tent thing, I could point out which one is Triton. Whoever sleeps in this tent. The other two, your guess as good as mine. Isn't Ada Baker one of the people who's like a servant to, like, I don't remember any of the names from the first game. The guy who becomes Lazarus Herst? Overheats body, damages digestive system. No. Society overheats body, causes brain death. No. I can't identify for you where I think the pink paste came from. But Firaxin feels like it's the best fit. Tesium. Overdose causes extreme airway inflammation, leading to blockage. So, low body temperature, oxygen deficit. Blocked the airways, or had a lung malfunction. Oh no, okay, so it's the, okay, this is phrased in a way that's, yeah, morticium seems likely for the pirates. Causes extreme airway inflammation leading to blockage. So the blockage would cause the low oxygen blue skin tone. And would be responsible for killing them. But I guess that's like the only thing it gets. I mean, the fact that it's like anti-parasite and doesn't have like an obviously modern tag like industrial processing feel like positive. So yeah, like she became aware of the fact that she had symptoms of like the bug bite and then gave everyone anti-parasite drug but dosed them incorrectly and caused them all to die. And I guess she didn't take it herself because she was already bit, and it's like just to keep the bugs away. It's not like a treatment. JK asked, do you need to play the first game to understand this one? Jatiller says, not necessarily, but I'd highly recommend it to keep up with the story. I think that's about right. I think you definitely can play this game without playing the first one. I feel like it doesn't necessarily, like, the DLC I think does a little bit more referencing the first game, but like I think it just, more than anything, I think the groundwork of understanding like what the idol's deal is like most helpful. Okay, hold on. Let's mess with this for a while. So Ada Baker contracted... What was it? Scarlet fever. Not cabin fever. What's the 4-tab? Can you clarify 4-tab where demolition? And I will attempt to answer. To prevent themselves from getting ill, Jacques, Cyril, and Tom consumed the what is it called? Morticium, I think? This seems, well, you know what? The factors for them are... I think it's cool body and lack of oxygen in blood? I think? Well, that's bad. That isn't good. It's actually really confusing, frankly. 4-tab in medbook. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. This nerve agents? Overheats body, no. Overheats body, no. Paralyzes lungs. Anesthetic. I don't think they would be doing that, though. Like, antiparasitic seems like it makes more sense. Can we look for substances on the ground? We can. There's, like, not as much of that that seems immediately apparent in the past. I feel like there's more of that in the present. I mean, it seems like this guy... There's something weird about the cigarettes that I don't fully understand. I don't think I know what the yellow powder is. There's some white powder here. And this is from the pilot, who I think wants to leave? Vaunt 42 would overheat the body and cause brain death. What do we have that indicates brain death? Presence of nerve agent or head trauma. But the thing is, by comparison to the others, I don't believe this man is supposed to have... Wait a minute. That is something the others have, though. They have the dilated pupils, which indicates a nerve agent or head trauma. I mean, that implies it could be something from this page. The Primadil salt is like the only one that feels like it could fit the pirate problem. But why would they be using an anesthetic? That seems confusing to me. Because, like, the other one's like... a pesticide, which makes sense. There's even like there's like pesticide here, but it doesn't fit the correct like criteria for their cause of death. So it's lack of oxygen in blood and nerve agent presence makes it salt. That's weird, though. I'll never click the right thing ever. I mean, this is kind of unhelpful. It's kind of like... I feel like you could do, like you were suggesting, like some sort of organic sense of like them using, like, I don't know, it just feels really weird to me that anesthetic is like the thing that killed them, when like it feels like the story is trying to tell us something different. The vial, you mean in addition to the green and the pink vial, which like have no meaning, like, but also like the fact that like why would she be using an anesthetic when the thing she's trying to do is to ward off insects? Like, it's just, I don't know, there's like red herring and then just like confusing. There's no white left in it. That's really subjective, because like the pink one's not entirely full. If both of the others were like completely full and then the white one was empty, then I would agree with you. But like this suggests that they use some amount of pink. So what do I take away from that? Like, you have to be careful if you want to use subtle clues, is my feeling. Like, I agree with you that you could do that. I don't think that what they have shown us tells that in a way that's, like, definitely true. And as I've complained about in this game compared to the last game, like, if you're telling me that you have a logic-based puzzle where you are able to look at everything and point to something specifically and be like, this means something, then you have to make sure that the meaning is clear and present. Like, you can't be willy-nilly with, like, a partially empty vial and, like, murky those waters. Like, you have to be, like, there's red herrings and there's misinformation. And I don't think this is quite misinformation, but this does not read to me as white is the one that was used. As opposed to something like the mortar and pestle thing, which, like, took a long time to spot, but, like, is pretty clear what's going on if you work it out. So that leaves us here. So not this. Instead, Primadil. But, like, again, like, honestly, the main thing that, like, bugs me about that is just, like, if you're gonna, like, ascribe a purpose to the individual possible causes of death, then, like, why does this one, like, not seem to have meaning? The remaining crew member, Stefan Garner, was refused the... I guess just Primadil assault again? This seems like an unnecessary use of blank. This is... Let's talk about this for a hot second. I complain a lot in this particular game about the way the scrolls are formed because, like, I feel that they lean really heavily on blanks. So, like, I feel like instead of putting this redundant blank here, I would love for this to say something like the treatment. And even that might be a little bit too much information, but, like, I believe that the English language contains a synonym that you could put here that would, like, not indicate more information to the player than, like, what's already been hinted at, without forcing them to just, like, fill in the same blank again. Like, this just adds nothing to gameplay. Having slept on watch? On watch duty, okay. However, the Primadil salt was... I mean, I think they want me to put poisonous. I feel like that's not, like, an accurate description of what's happened here. So all the same people listed above died. And then in 1927... Swan wanted the expedition terminated after the body of wait, is that's not Radigan, is it? I think that's Radigan, is it? Was Radigan a leg cutter? Did we know that? Radigan was like on the boat in the first one, right? I don't think we saw the tattoo. Is that what Radigan looks like? I mean, it kind of has to be him by process of elimination, but that doesn't seem right. This body was discovered to ensure that the expedition blank Elizabeth killed Antoine with that one's Faraxon, right? No, wait a minute. I've got this wrong. Because the only word that fits here is continued. Let's return home. We can't refuse because he owns the ship. Seems like someone is living here, but I mean, he's the one who wants it to continue. So if he's the one who wants it to continue, then he's got to be the guy who killed him. Now, I'm going to be honest, and I'm still a little bit unclear as to, like, what he did to dose him with the thing? So, no, this is also wrong. In 1927, Spilsbury wanted to leave. And then to ensure that the expedition continued, Jasper killed him? Two or fewer. Peanut Baker got... I put the wrong... I think it's Scarlet, isn't it? Scarlet Fever? That has the red pockmarks, so yeah. Prevent themselves from getting ill. Those three guys. And those matched there. Consumed salt. Right. Then the last guy, who isn't any of those people, was refused the salt because he slept on duty. But the salt, I mean, is there a better word than poisonous? No, wait a minute. Is it... No, that doesn't seem possible, right? It's confirmed that they died from the salt. Is it that she thought it was something else? Paste white pills. It wouldn't be a sleeping pill. Is it something other than poisonous, or am I overthinking that? In 1927, Antoine Spilsbury wanted the expedition terminated after the body of Rat. I mean, like, is this guy supposed to be someone other than Ratigan? Because, like, Jasper and Eliza are talking. Myrtle and Ivan are tending to Antoine, who's dead. He's really the only person who could be it, huh? Ivan? I guess it's like vaguely possible it's Ivan because it's been a week, but like, I don't think that's right. Is that right? Well, that's information. So 1, Ratigan correct. 2, there are exactly 2 spaces incorrect right now. Pretty sure that last sentence is fully correct. Do we have... hint. This tent is blue bag, yellow powder. Boy, I sure cannot ever click on the one I want ever. Yellow powder. But it's like a pink powder is the thing that killed him, right? Pink paste. Is it something with the cigarettes? It's just not clear. Ivan, who is he? By process of elimination, this guy be Ivan. This guy. Could he dose the cigs? I mean, it's feasible, but like, I don't see... Like, there's cigarettes here, but like, they don't have like obvious pink paste on them, you know? But also, like, do I even know if this idiot... I guess, well, it would be hard, right? Like, he keeps like a fancy cigarette case on him. Like, he doesn't just like bum a cigarette. He's like a fancy guy with a fancy case. That pink paste under the sapling. I mean, it says it's whiskey. I don't know. It's kind of like a clay color. I guess you could say it's pink. I think it's kind of murky to try and tell. So 2 are incorrect. I feel like my suspicion is it has something to do with Primadil salt and poisonous. Like, instead of the awkward sentence saying that the salt was poisonous, the idea is that she mistook the ingredients. It's kind of hard to say for sure because her account is simply I didn't know. So that could mean like she didn't know it would have that effect, that it was the wrong dose, or that it was the wrong substance. But the issue is that like I think if you changed that, then the idea would have to be that, like, this was whatever she thought it was. We'll call it substance A. So, like, this space would be they consumed substance A, and then we would reach... No, it can't be... No, it really can't be moving the salt around, because there's also 3 salt spaces, right? You'd have to change like 4 spaces to even do the rearrangement that I'm thinking of. So what does that leave us with? So Ada Baker definitely got bug fever, and I'm pretty sure we got scarlet fever as correct. Then those 3 guys, that's definitely correct. Consumed the... I mean, is there... Is that consumed? Refused... don't think refused fits anywhere. So they consumed the thing she made. The remaining crew member, Stefan. Well, yeah, he was refused it by nature of the punishment. Which we already have. The salt was poisonous, so they died. Antoine wanted the expedition terminated. I mean, she called him Mr. Monocle, so I'm pretty sure that's a valid interpretation. After the body of Ratigan, we know that's correct because we messed with it. It was discovered. So sure that the expedition continued. Jasper Miles killed Antoine's... I mean, I guess... Pink paste? Do we think Ivan did it? Is there something in the environment that would tell us that Ivan did it? Like, his reaction seems like he's trying to save the guy, but maybe that's because he already knows it's severe enough that he's dead. Gotta say, like, insanely weird pull to, like, go out into the jungle with, like, industrial processing poison. Just looking at the VOD. Look at the woman's face again. This woman? Or this woman? The one with the gun pointed at her. Okay. Industrial processing poison to get a larger share. Well, the thing with that is that you have to, in order for that plan to make any sense, you have to assume that the guy who's in charge of, like, divvying up the shares, who, like, funded the expedition, is going to distribute those evenly. Which we have evidence he doesn't, in fairness. But, like, we have evidence that that's not going to happen. You could also assume that's not going to happen. She doesn't have scarlet fever. The spots are running with tears. Vomiting, high temperature fever. Is there evidence of vomiting? I mean, I noticed the no yellow eyes, but, like, listen, we've talked about this. Call it a hot take if you want. I think that if you want people to notice minute details of, like, character faces and stuff, you gotta make them look you need a normal baseline for people to look at them and not want to dry heave. You understand? Like, if you want me to, like, stare at characters and try and, like, gather environmental storytelling, you gotta have them stop wiggling around and looking like dog crap. She faked it. The thing is, she couldn't have faked it. Oh no, she could, because nothing is a word. That sucks. That's a garbage sentence for people who come from the planet garbage that smells bad. That's stupid. Yeah, nothing good comes from the use of nothing in this game. But I do think that I think we did also work out Ivan. I think it's Ivan? Yeah, okay. Interesting how we like as a collective we like approached that from both angles and found we like pinpointed the two problem spots like simultaneously. Lady Baker painted the red spots on her face to convince the crew she had scarlet fever. As the ship's surgeon, she prescribed them all a prophylactic antidote, which was actually poison. But, like... I don't know how to put this, but, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. If she is actually the surgeon, why did she prescribe them something that would kill them? If she's supposed to be an actual expert at medicine, and she had this cockamamie scheme, I have a really hard time believing her, like, I don't know. I would shoot her with gun. Like, you can't have it both ways. Like, only Stefan survived as Captain Triton denied him the dose. When Antoine Spilsbury saw Ratigan Olita's on the one hand, I appreciate the parallel story they're trying to tell, but boy, does it feel like inorganic when like they're just like completely unrelated in this way. When Antoine Spilsbury saw Ratigan Olita's bloated body strung up like a scarecrow, he panicked and wanted to end the expedition. As the financier and ship owner, his decision would have been final. To prevent this from happening, Ivan Kearns laced Antoine's whiskey with a deadly pink paste. See, like, again, the color of the whiskey was not so clearly pink that I look at that and that seems obvious. Like, I think they want that to be obvious, but it doesn't read obvious to me. It's not, like, super clearly brown, but it's also not super clearly pink. And again, like, some weird artistic decisions go into, like, all of the art assets in this game. To prevent this from happening, Ivan Kearns laced Antoine's whiskey with a deadly pink paste, which he had kept in his tent disguised as mustache wax, which is just like a super weird thing. Like it's certainly not the best case in the game by nature of the fact that, like, in order to get to this conclusion, you have to, like, interpret several people as behaving like completely erratic psychopaths. Feels like the weird pixel hunting you have to do in some point-and-click adventures. Like, not only that, I think you're right about that, and this is a good example of that, a thing that this game does a considerable amount of that I don't think that the first game did. But, like, also, we've talked some amount in the past about, like, the, like, point-and-click moon logic, where, like, there are certain times when, like, they just, like, don't really give you a clue, and, you know, then they're like, oh, what a huge twist if you, like, observe, like, these random things and then make, like, a huge logical leap, then, like, then it's kind of like a reveal. I know we have one to go. What's the best case in the game? I mean, like, do you mean, like, best scene or best collection? Because this game makes it a little murky. In the first game, I just sort of consider a case each individual scene. But this game sort of, like, clumps, like, four together and, like, calls them a day. Collection. Collection is, like, I think it's, like, chapter 4 of this game. The one that has, like, the talent show, the first spiel dance in the apartment building. That's the best one in this game by a ton. Like, not remotely close. Like, if the end of this is amazing, this would, like, maybe be in contention, but then after that, like, I don't even friggin' know. Letter. Dear Quick Eye Steward, it has come to our attention that a new obsession has gripped Port Armando. The hunt for the legendary Captain Triton's treasure. We require you to proceed there immediately and investigate the matter thoroughly. Our sources suggest that the treasure may contain the fabled Lemurian artifact known as the Wishbloom. The first scene here told us something about the Wishbloom, and I don't remember what. Oh, here we go. According to legend, the Wishbloom possesses the ability to grant wishes, but does so in a perverse and twisted manner. So it's a monkey's paw. Securing this artifact is of the utmost importance to our organization. However, you are to exercise the highest degree of caution in its presence. It might be pink paste. We have enclosed a Lemurian text detailing the known properties and behaviors of Wishbloom. Study it carefully. Finally, you will need to contact our initiate, whose details are provided over leaf. You will obey your orders and... Oh, he will obey your orders and help you in this mission. Yours in the mask, Quick Eye Master. Is the little lion guy supposed to be the text of what the Wishbloom does? Why did Ada do any of this? To get out of Watch? But, like, so this is a classic example of what I think this game consistently does horribly. I'm not going to mince words on this, because, like, there are lots of things that this game does, like, I think they do bad, or, like, kind of subjectively do bad. There's one thing I think this game does absolutely piss poor horribly all the time, always. And that is making me give a crap about any single character or their motivation ever. They're so bad at it. And it was, like, something the first game did amazingly. I mean, it was still through the, like, cartoonish conceit of someone having, like, a letter in their pocket that, like, told you all their hopes and dreams. But they mostly did a pretty good job of framing those as, like, era-appropriate correspondence, so it seemed a little, like, less cartoonish. You know, like the two guys, like, fighting over the girl at the dinner party, and then, like, the young guy drew, like, a picture of him, like, fighting a tiger because he was also crushing on the girl. Like, stuff, like, little details like that were amazing. But, like, I think that's the first time we saw the ship surgeon in the context of this story. And so, like not knowing that she's just, like, a lazy layabout, like, I have to, like, deduce that from the environment, but, like, it's just messy, you know? Like, if you build up the characters over time, I think you can more realistically expect players to, like, not only, like, buy into those little details because they have familiarity with the characters and have certain expectations of how they behave or what they want and things of that nature, but, like, also then you just, like, care about the story in a way that I don't care about most of the story in this game. Because they introduce a bunch of people who, like, suck and then either immediately die or, like, skate by to do more things that suck and never do anything endearing or relatable. Alright, give me a picture. This guy? I think there might be one more after this gang. Wishbloom. Old bones and old sins. What's the story, Wishbloom? Don't crash? No whammies? Ooh. Crash, though? Crash, though? No crash. Okay. Okay, listen, I'm not an expert. Isn't this like Robbie Rotten from Lazy Town? Isn't this just the bad guy from Lazy Town? Can't bear to sniff. Part with the treasure, eh? Then you can stay with it forever. Aha, achu, ha ha. He has a napkin with a blue circle on it, a green Swiss cheese arrow, a map, and then... Captain's log, February 27th. Our raid went off without a hitch. The Lemurians were no match for our steel. The treasure is ours. When I cracked open the chest, a potent sweet scent poured out and filled the room. Pleasant though it was, it set me off in a fit of sneezing. Okay. February 28th. Word of our attack is circulated. I have learned that the Seven Seas Company has ordered its naval forces to search up all ships entering the company's harbors. That's true. I think we saw that in, like, a memo. And to seize any Lemurian artifacts found on board. I know a place where we can hide the chest until this blows over. Okay, starting to get the picture. Got the map, got the weird cutlass. His face is a hideous mockery of humanity. Robbie Rotten, may he rest in peace. Wait, hold on, Zacula, this is important. Did the actor who played Robbie Rotten die? That man's face. This man's face? Wait, this face? This man's face? What about this man's face, Neko? Burn it with fire? Interesting. So, on a scale of smiley face to frown, your interpretation, your response emotionally to this face is. It's like slanty face? You got cancer in past 7 or 8 years ago? That's a tragedy. I did not know this. Can we get closer? No, that is regrettably as close as I can get to that face. Alright? This is Ada. Please, Triton. If you must be sentenced to death, can't we at least allow him a quick and painless end? I'm guessing the guy at the bottom has a piece of paper with an X on it. Any takers? Don't fret, Ada. If he told true about those man-eating white alligators attacking them, his death will be quick. Otherwise, the Burke will get what he deserves. Do you think the alligators have been a lie, Tom? Then maybe Jimpo is alive. Who Jimpo be? Shouldn't we check? What do you think, Cyril? You're very welcome to climb down into the grotto to find him, Stefan. I'm sure as heck not risking it for that guy. He drew his lot and sealed his fate. I mean, that feels disingenuous. Okay, hold on. There's a hat. Sir Walter Keene Esquire's hat. Oh, he's right. So he is the one. Wait, why? Is this the Wishbloom? It looks... Is it a crystal or a plant? It kind of looks like both. This feels unnecessary. I am not convinced that we had to do it this way. He appears to have stepped in something. A patch of blueberries and some swamp muck, but also like some glass shards or something. He's also a member of that order from the first game that I can't be bothered to remember the name of. Captain, as this shall be our final meeting, I must say that you are sorely deficient in both elegance and intellect. You bear more resemblance to brute than man. How does this man possibly possess, like, a purple inkwell and quill on his person right now? So this is what he stepped on. I don't know what that... No, wait. This vase probably held the flower, the bloom. Look at the little gators. The little gators are one of the best details in the video game. I love him. So in the first game, my favorite character is Angus McBain, history's greatest hater. I think my favorite character in this game is this alligator. I do also kind of like this enormous, like, prehistoric monster, though. Oh, shoot, it's Jinpo. Wait, how did more than one person have an X? What happened? Wait, do you think this guy's breathing? He is not breathing. That guy's fears are in vain, not breathing. This guy also appears to have shards of the vase? That's confusing. So they came down... This is where they got the bloom from originally, right? Like, that's what all this is? Oh, that's weird. He's got a Swiss cheese key of his own. What's the takeaway from that? 3 at the top, 2 close together, 2 on the bottom, very far apart. Yeah, it's the same. That's weird. Why is that true? Can't open that. And that's all the TV there is. Now he has a stab wound and also like a handkerchief. Let's go back to the future. Raw 26Q is a sunken airship. Does that cancel out and become a boat, do you think? Vasco, did you know baby alligators make cute little laser gun sounds? I mean, I've heard rumors, but I've never been around one. thankfully. I live in Florida. It's probably a bad surprise. Ansel, stop. Wait on nearby island. Stop. When I have it, I will activate beacon. Stop. Fly to beacon signal. Stop. Others may emerge from grotto with me. Stop. Bring Tommy. Stop. Ivan. There's not another stop at the end, which makes that a little weird. So that's this. And then on his... Again, I don't want to jump to conclusions hastily. I don't think this guy's breathing. The man is not breathing, confirmed. Now, he appears to have had a gas mask attached to some cheese, which I guess went off. He either took too much or not enough gracillin. 5 of 6 bullets remain in the pistol. The Tommy Guns magazine is full. No, brother. Pressure is in envelope. Engine 1, left propeller. Up, increase power, down, reduce power. Altitude. Inflate, deflate balloon. Up, inflate, down, deflate. So we're moving forward with inflated balloon, and I think pressure in envelope is good? Engine 2... Yeah, these are both... Well, I guess maybe they're considered neutral? Pressure in balloon. Oh, no. Wait. Envelope is... cabin? Is that cabin pressure? I don't know. Unclear. Ada Baker, 1768 to 1805. She lived a dangerous life, but always landed on her feet. This doesn't look great. The French are not gonna like that. Knockout month? What is this? Okay, hold on. Gracillin. Gentlemen, are you tired of being a disgusting slob? Do you have a mountain of weight that you just can't shift? Your prayers have been answered. Take 1 pill with each meal and watch your figure transform. Dr. Darren's Miracle Fat Burning Pills. Not for men under 70 kilograms. Ah. So it's like the inverse of a Tina... No, it's the same as the Tina Crafts a lot. Because you have to weigh a certain amount, which is why you put rocks in your pockets and step on the scale. Common side effects in the lighter individuals include excessive hair loss and breaking out in purple spots. Okay, hold on. No clear indication of that. Okay, the envelope is not the cabin. It's out. It's the balloon outside the balloon. Use left and right engine outputs to steer. Hydrogen provides lift as it is less dense than air. Use balloon to regulate altitude. Max carrying weight 300 quaffs. I think those are girth units. 1.5 quaff is a kilogram. 300 times 1.5 is 450 kilograms. Should be plenty. Max carrying weight 300. Does that math make sense? Oh no, the carry capacity is 300 quaffs. Yeah, that does make sense. For some reason I thought that was 300 kilogram, and that didn't make sense to me. They fly now? They fly now. This man also not breathing? Had a colored pencil on him. Oh, he was doing... I skipped over the quiz because I wanted to understand what gracillin was. What type of boxer are you? I'm Hitmonchan. That also answers the question of what type of Pokemon are you. What's your greatest strength in the ring? Strength and power. Which weight class are you? Oh, brother. Heavyweight, over 90 kilograms. How do you generally win fights? Tire my opponent out and then strike. Total your score, 8 to 9. The Ogre. But isn't his score 7? Is his score not 7? And thus, he is the wise man and not the ogre? No, brother. Eliza Myrtle, can you hear me down there? Okay, he's got like a walkie-talkie. We've made it down. This place is teeming with the awful weed Myrtle showed us. Thank God we brought protective gear. This man also has a cheese mask that looks in the same condition as the rest. Wow, what the heck happened here, man? It sucks. The treasure of Captain Triton. Someone put a bunch of pink seashells around a box that's now missing. This cheese mask also, I think, looks normal. Hold on. How much pink is there? Like... Oh, I didn't look at that. Goodness gracious. That's pretty similar. It's like less affected. Yeah, the one down is like a little different. The two above are like the same. And then in the hole? Crash? Crash? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Why? Why do you think? Why do you think? Why? Why do you think? I feel like her portrait should be covering her eyes because obviously you don't want that. So that's really it, huh? No wonder she wanted me to do it. Tell me, do you enjoy your life? Expedition contract. Oh my god. Okay. Antoine gone. Jasper 30. Eliza 45. Ivan 25. Myrtle 0. Myrtle Song hereby promise to give my share of the treasure to Eliza's 1 if she is able to find the Wishbloom. That's weird. 506 bullets remain in the pistol. Not hugely shocking. I mean, this is clearly the lady, yeah? She's got the ruby ring and the weird book, and it's the only explanation that makes any sense. An empty glass jar, kind of ominous. This message... I know it's down here somewhere, but where to even begin looking? We're surrounded by a thick wall of sorrel grass, any part of which could be covering it. It would take a lifetime to hack through all of this. We need to be sure of our direction. This weed grows thick and tall in dark caverns and hates sunlight. It is entirely harmless, but does get inert slime all over everything it touches. Boy, I don't like that. And then this stupid book that I still don't understand? So, like, when the Wishbloom is, like, planted, it does, like, crazy stuff in the ground? Is it meant to imply it does something to skulls? This person is not breathing, which I know by checking her knees. Oh, yeah. She got a lot of red on her. That's too much. Wait. There's, like, a hole in her chest that's, like, bleeding. Did she, like... Well, no, I guess she just got shot, right? The implication is she got shot? Let me get the flower. I don't really understand the flower. I'm gonna level with you. To whomever may find my cherished Wishbloom, I have tried to keep you away, but clearly my efforts have been in vain. So concludes my explanation of the Wishblooms of... This letter is folded in that, like, ridiculous, like sitcom thing of, like, the next thing I tell you is very important. Like, under no circumstances... Now you know everything you need to know to safely handle the Wishbloom. Like, so concludes my explanation of the Wishbloom's effect and the medium through which it acts upon its subjects. If you doubt what I have written here, brace yourself, then cast your gaze upon the entrance. Do not be alarmed by my appearance. Oh, that's the creepiest thing I can imagine. Oh my god. Can you imagine going in, like trailblazing your way through like a prehistoric cave full of like slime and like dense vegetation that could house anything. And then you get in like an ominous like glowing cave with like weird hazy like red blood magic. And then you find a note that's like, this thing is like super dangerous. If you don't believe me, look behind you. And then that thing is looking at you, that guy? Oh my god, no thank you! I've lived a long time, milady, much longer than most, and I can honestly say my best years have been spent living this way. With the Wishbloom by my side, I feel wonderful. Now he has green ink. Why does he have green ink? And why does he love the plant? Alright, one more. I gotta look at this thing. Oh, I don't. This puzzle seems like it sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Less than 50 kilograms, parentheses, 75 quiffs. R104 radio beacon. I'm assuming that is the go-between on their walkie-talkies. Tritium. This inert vine is known for its foul and overbearing aroma, often likened to that of rotting eggs. It can be used to mask the scent of food, deterring wild predator and scavenger animals. Am I crazy? I think this is in the past. This is unrelated. This weed continuously releases fine hook-shaped spores that can lodge themselves deep within the lungs, causing tissues scarring damage. Wait a minute, though. The awful weed she showed us. But... So wait a minute. Is the implication that she showed them this book with the obvious torn out page and convinced them that the sorrel grass was dangerous to the point that they needed the protective gear? When we know it just has like a gross slime on it that doesn't harm you? What does that do for her? Like, what benefit is it to her that they have to wear gas masks? What does that do? And then the spool of 150 quiffs? God, I am not looking forward to this at all. This sucks. This probably sucks. There's like way too much going on here. Does she too work with idiots? It does seem that way. Oh man. Why is there... Oh, 3 individual digits. I understand. Who had the book? Who had the book? This one. The max carry weight in quiffs is 3, 0, 0. Security breach in 3, 0, 0. Weight limit in kilograms. 4, 5, 0. Ivan's weight in kilograms. Ivan, of course, we all know, Ivan is... Well, he is taking the weird punching drug, right? And assuming he's not misusing it, it means that he has to be at minimum, and this is exactly how this is described, 70 kilograms. Ansel's weight in kilograms. Ansel's this guy, yeah? Wait a minute. No, wait, something is weird here. No, it's not. This guy shot Ansel. And Eliza shot the other lady, I think? I'm not like 100% on this situation. Oh no. Oh, gang. Oh, this is here. This is over here. There's one of these. You know what this is, right? I don't, but you probably do. I kind of just... I was so, like, looking at the Sargasso that... I don't like it.
She's even stronger than my mom.
Also, wait, is this weird cave on the side here in the past? No, it isn't. Why is this cave here? Why did someone do this? Why and how did someone, like, dig this wet cave? I'll tell you what. Hold on. I don't remember which one I have it under. Hold on. Hold for a really long time. Ruin the joke. Wait, where did I put this? Is it on one? Where did I put this? Oh, there it is. This cave? This cave in this direction, this downward direction?
I might get wet down there.
I just don't know, man. I don't know what... I don't feel like these spools mean anything useful. So who took this mask off? This guy? So he got shot... Yeah, he's the only one without a mask. So he got shot down there. Interestingly, it doesn't say how many bullets are in his gun. Could that cave be a water slide? I think so. The treasure's weight in kilogram. At least blank. Total weight, Ivan Ansel treasure, blank in kilograms. I'm really not sure what this is getting at. Use left-right engine outputs to steer. So to turn left, you need left to have less power, right? So like... should be engine, right? Oh no, yeah, engine outputs to steer, yeah. And then the opposite for turn right. So left should be greater. I don't love the way... I feel like if you're going to use a greater than symbol in this way, that sentence should be horizontal straight across. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. Hydrogen provides lift. Use air to regulate, or use air balloon to regulate altitude. So like to ascend, more balloon? Descend less balloon? I would assume. Maybe I'm underthinking it. Gas mask appears to be connected to a slice of cake. I thought it was a cross-section of cheese. Ansel's weight. Ansel's weight is at least. I mean... Oh, we're just supposed to take him at face value. Okay. So he's at least 90. The treasure. What does it say for the treasure? At least. At least doesn't seem right. I could say it's like no more than 100 kilograms, right? If this was used to bring it up. Oh, but because of the difference, it has to be more than 50, I think is the implication, because otherwise we would have used the smaller one. It's a little bit nebulous, but I can run with it. So then the total weight of them together, hundreds, is 210 kilograms? It's in kilograms. It's not obvious to me what's wrong here. Good night, Keen. Thank you for stopping by. Is it that it wants me to, like, give these weight limits for something that's not the balloon? Because, like, we're talking about land stuff? In 1797, blank blank the blank. So that's... Hold on. Walter Keane drew or pulled or none of these look good. Okay, hold on. Returning to the past. Drew his lot and sealed his fate. Yeah, the sealed fate comment doesn't seem to suggest he, like, did something. Treasure. Stay with it forever. Hey, guys. Test for entering the grotto together with blank. They hid treasure in a cave. Inside the cave, blank killed blank. Blank, okay. So... He has like a sheath for a dagger, but he does not have the dagger. This guy has a wound, and there's a dagger on his person. So, I'm thinking that, like, Walter Keane went with Jimpo, and then he lied and said he got eaten by alligators, but he really just killed him. So inside the cave, Walter killed Jimpo. Blank, then blank the blank. Like, opened the chest, took the bloom. Opening his mouth reminds me of big challenges. That's the alligator from Sanrio, right? From the, like, Hello Kitty Adventure Island or whatever. Because blank was caught and sentenced to death. Ah, so that's like Jack Triton sneezed, I think? That means that Walter Keane was caught? But, like, what's with the drawing lots? Is that how they got sent down there in the first place? Before exiting, blank blanked the blank in a blank. Because this blank the blank. What are you talking about? Oh, rigged the draw? Is that what we're saying? Rigged the lots, I guess? And the reason I would know that is because... I mean, this is a weird shape, which I guess is supposed to indicate that he, like, marked the ballots? Yeah, he, like, cut weird divots in those that the others are just, like, rectangles. So if you just, like, pulled them out of the hat, or whatever the implication is, like, you would know that, like, a rectangle is circle. Okay, starting to understand. Blank, then blank the blank. I mean, presumably that first one's Walter Keane, huh? Why is the seaweed farting? Because it is the, like, foul stink bloom or whatever. If we... Oh my god, it's so bad in there. If we look in the book on the crane, it's putridium. It's known for a bad smell. I don't know why that's important, though. God, it sucks in there. Then blanked. Blank. We're exiting. Blank, blank, the blank, and a blank. Because this blanked... Oh, wait. He cut a bit off of this to mask the smell? Not like 1,000% sure why. He... Move the blank in a blank. I mean, surely this is masked the smell, because we have both of those, like, very specific words that are primarily used in this function. He blanked the blank. He wrapped, probably. He wrapped the Wishbloom in a stink vine? I don't really understand what that does for him, though. I found... Is that first bit, like, he like, found the Wishbloom? Well, we're close. Honestly, closer than I was expecting, given the way this has been going. 2 or fewer. He rigged the lots, so we went in the grotto together with Jimpo. Yeah, I think that's right. Pretty sure Walter Keane killed Jimpo. Because it looks like he was stabbed. Found the Wishbloom. Before exiting, he wrapped the Wishbloom in a putridium vine because it masked the smell. But why? But why do you think? I'm a little confused on the why, do you think? When I cracked open the chest, a potent sweet scent poured out and filled the room. No, it's the opposite somehow, isn't it? He wrapped the stink vine in something else so that it would look like the Wishbloom. But what? But what did he do? He wrapped the alligators. I'm not entirely sure. He wrapped... Like, the purpose for masking the scent feels like it is to wrap the vine in something. But none of these words seem to make sense. No, wait. There's more to be mined here, right? No, I mean, that's what he did. Like, this is the Wishbloom, and he wrapped it in the stinkweed. What? Why? To convince him that it's not real? All he has to do is, like, take the stinkweed off. Like, it doesn't seem like that's a very sound plan. Sweet scent makes him sneeze, so wrapping it in the putridium kept him from sneezing from the sweet smell. But, like, if you mask the sweet smell, then that just makes it seem like you have the wrong thing, right? He doesn't like the nice smell. But I'm confused by his motive for like the millionth time in this game. He rigged the vote at 1330 and then went down with the guy and killed him. And then they found the Wishbloom. Seems like he legitimately found the Wishbloom, so I don't think that's an issue. Cause Jack Trey. Is it? Do I have like a? It seems like the sneeze is like part of it. Yeah. Bear to part with the treasure. Why is there more than one key? I don't understand that at all. I think he stole. Okay. Let's talk this out. I think he stole it too, but make it make sense, because you can't just say that. We need to be able to fill in the blanks. So, like, what is the plan? Like, what is the course of action that leads from him having it in his possession by being down in the cave alone and getting up to the top in a way that he believes he'll end up possessing it? Because that's what I don't understand. Like, it's clear to me his goal is to possess the Wishbloom. This makes sense. But, like, wrapping the thing that smells nice in a thing that smells bad does not seem like it gets him the result of ownership of the thing. Nor does it seem like that somehow gets him called out. I mean, I guess the idea is just like he came up with something and the captain smelled it and then he sneezed and he's like, that's it. You tried to deceive me. But like, I don't understand what his initial plan was. Like, it doesn't seem like it makes sense. In 1927, blank, 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 and blank entered the grotto and blank the blank. Winching it up, blank, blank to blank. When blank climbed out, blank and blank blanked him. Okay, that's gonna be shot. You're welcome. Blank then blank blank because he blanked the blank. But because blank blanked the blank, the airship plummeted. So blank drowned. And that one is Ivan. Ivan drowned. But the treasure was the Wishbloom, and he stole it because he killed his partner. Well, I mean, he killed his partner, but that doesn't seem like that changes the math on how he would end up. So, like, here's like the scenario, right? And you call me out if I'm wrong, but like I think it's as straightforward as this. The pirate crew doesn't have a winch or anything, so it's just like a bunch of dudes with a rope, and they're like, probably sucks to be let down into a dingy cave. Let's draw lots. And so, like, the two guys who end up in the cave conspired to make themselves go down there because they wanted to scheme and get the thing, right? So the idea is the whole crew was going to let two people down to try and retrieve the thing, the Wishbloom, right? And so they go down there, and this guy turns on his buddy, kills him dead. Not, like, totally sure why, to be honest, but he does. And then he has to get pulled back up, because otherwise he just lives here, as we know from the experience that ultimately he ends up just living here. So they pull him back up, and he shows them his stinkweed, and the captain, like, realizes that it smells nice, and then throws him in a pit. So, like, have we checked in with Apollo? Back again? The vase is weird. Is the vase part of it? Why would the vase be part of it? I sure don't understand the actual function of this contrivance. I'm gonna muck around in 1927 because I don't currently have action. So the people who went down in the hole are the two ladies and the two guys who aren't either. I think that's everyone, right? It's like Eliza and Myrtle like definitely went down there, and I think initially Jasper and Ansel went down there. And I think they found the wish. Did they found the Wishbloom? Did they found the Wishbloom? They found the treasure is what they found. Yeah, what they found is the treasure. They found this box with a sign that said treasure, and they pulled it up, but the Wishbloom itself isn't in it because it's over here. So I don't, like, actually know what they pulled up. That's unclear to me. Well, winching it up, I'm going to say that Jasper shot Ansel because Ansel's dead, and Jasper got tied up, probably for doing a violence. Or... no, wait. This is... oh, no, I guess it is technically Ansel who shot him, right? Because Ansel has the gun that's missing a bullet, and Eliza has the other one. Another dead leg cutter, huh? I think the idea here is that he tried to steal the treasure or some of it and let them take the empty box. But there's no box. Do you see Swiper the box? I think that's just supposed to be a bush. There's a box in the future, but the future hasn't happened yet. Well, no, I guess that's not true. There is the box in the past, but they don't set it up is the weird thing. They don't let us look in the box. But, like... I don't understand... like, if the box was upstairs, I think this would make more sense to me. But, like, it doesn't seem as though he, like, put the Wishbloom in the box and then carried something fake up here. Like, this looks like the real Wishbloom, but he tried to make it seem like it wasn't. It couldn't have been under the insane presumption that they would have just, like, thrown him back in the hole with the actual magical item. Like, that seems unbelievably stupid, to the point that I will, like, have an aneurysm if that's his plan. I guess at this point the box is supposed to be planted. We tried to take what was in it rather than burying it. Oh, you're right. Because of February 28th. Okay, no, that does start to make sense. So what we're looking at is he rigged the lots and they went down there. They hid the treasures. So then it's not like found, it's like stole. Ah, that's literally the only word. There we go. Got there. Good work, Neko. And it makes more sense to hide the scent of the Wishbloom because he didn't want him to smell the nice thing because he wasn't supposed to have it at all. But I do have to say that if we're just willing, if we are trying to, like, soft bury this treasure and we're willing to throw it in the hole, I don't know why we didn't do that to begin with. That does seem like a whole lot of unnecessary steps to complicate this process. Now, in 1927, Eliza, Myrtle, Jasper, and Ansel entered the grotto. They found the treasure, not the Wishbloom, the treasure. While winching it up, blanked a blank. Blanked a blank. When the blank climbed down, that's gonna go ahead and be Ansel. And I'm gonna say that it's weird that it's doing this, but because it's attributing two people to the action of shooting him, I think one is Jasper because he is, like, scapegoated, and the other is Ansel, who has a gun that has fired a bullet that did not shoot himself. His mistake was hiding it in his hat rather than hiding it in his underwear. I mean, the hat is definitely a weird issue, for sure. Blank, then blank, because he blanked the blank. That's weird. I mean, I would guess that this is like Ansel tied up Jasper. Is that a thing? Tied up? Restrained? I'll take restrained. But because he blanked the blank, what the heck does that mean? I mean, like, Ansel sort of, like, gets away, right? So, like, that makes sense. He has to restrain the other guy because he's not part of that part of the plan. Part of that part of. Because he blanked the blank. But because blanked the blank, the airship plummeted. Now, why did that happen? Altitude 0. That does track. Pressure in the envelope and the balloon are very high, which is weird because it seems like at a nearby island. When I have it, I will activate beacon. Why do beacon signals? Others may emerge from grotto with me. Bring Tommy stop island. I don't like this use of stop. But the Tommy gun wasn't... Oh, is Tom... Wasn't Tom one of the name of the pirates? Not one of the name of the, like, present people? Yes, that appears to be correct. You stay there. While winching it up, blank to blank. I don't know, man. I don't know that at all. Blank, blank to blank. Blank. What? And why is that one mask discarded? It's this dude's mask. It's Ansel's mask. And why did he... Oh, he had this pencil because he, like, wrote this weight note in it. He's got to see what edge. Tried to shot, inflated, deflated, restrained, wrap, transformed, kept just removed, stole, rigged, fallen, promised, lost, exceeded. Exceeded is probably a valuable word, huh? Oh my god. Wait. You restrained Jasper because he exceeded the weight limit? No, that, I mean, the reason the airship plummeted has to be exceeded the weight limit, right? But what thing exceeded the weight limit? What was the straw here? The treasure? Probably. We know the treasure is heavy. This is... You would never, like, write this way. Because, like, there has to be an upper limit on what this can carry, too. So, like, that seems like an important thing to note. You wouldn't just say, like, if over 100 kilograms, use this. And it's magic, so it will always work. Descend inflate balloon. Do we know that? Well, we could check. Okay, you're right about that. To descend inflate. Oh, inflate balloon because it reduces the amount of hydrogen. Okay, I was thinking about this wrong. Okay. So then what 2 or fewer are still incorrect? Because, well, we'll start here, I guess. Max carry weight. 300 quoofs. 300 quoofs. That's written. That doesn't need to be extrapolated. And then... If 1 kilograms, 1.5 quaff. There should be fewer quaffs than kilograms, right? This math is wrong. Is the problem? Yeah, it should be 200. Is that right? It should be divided by 1.5, which is times 3/4. Is that right? Oh, why is my brain, like, not willing to do this, like, at all? I think that's right. 300. I'm plug in Neko's math because I don't want to open up a calculator. It's somehow more embarrassing. Okay, you got it. Some part of me, like, felt like that was wrong, and I just never wanted to do the math, but I should have, and obviously I know that now. So because let's take a look at that again. So Ivan plus Ansel plus treasure. But the what kind of takeaway am I supposed to have from this? Because the only things he brought are the Tommy gun whose weight I don't know, himself, and the treasure. So this is Ivan. And he's 70. I mean, it seems wild to think that the treasure would be like 140. Like, okay, this is confusing to me because it feels like what it wants me to take away from this is that, look, the weight limit is actually 200 kilograms. And the weight of these guys together and the treasure is too much. But, well, okay, I guess the idea is that the guy who wrote that in the book wrong isn't the same guy who's trying to get away with the treasure. So, like, the guys who are doing the crime, I guess, like, know the correct math? I guess, is what I'm supposed to take away from that? So I guess we can go with exceed the weight limit, but I think we end up putting that twice. But because blank the blank, but because watching it up, blank blanked a blank. What is this sentence? While winching it up. He had an apple. Followed rigged wrap transform confessed activated. Sealed sabotaged. Blank the blank. The airship plummeted. Oh, it does say that right here about the balloon, huh? It seems weird that this is a red space. It seems like this should be like the treasure exceeds the weight limit or something. Because blank the blank. But that must not be what it wants me to take away from it, right? up to inflate. But inflate is correct, is it not? Oh no, no. No, that's wrong. I feel like we maybe shouldn't have that guy in charge of the getaway vehicle. Like, I'm not saying I should be doing it. Because Ivan inflated the balloon. He literally just... He just, like, didn't use the inverted flight controls, basically. But what on earth is, while winching it up, blank, blank to blank? What? What is that? I just have, like, no sense of what that is in terms of the story, like, at all. While winching it up. I don't think it has anything to do with the beacon. Personally, while winching it up, I would pet the alligators. That seems good. I'm also, like, really unclear about the gas masks overall, to be honest with you. I'm gonna go on to the next one. I do not know what this sentence is at all, even a little bit, to Tambien. Go in here. On the grotto. Blank blanked to give blank blank if she... Okay, alright, I gotta start. Let's do the whole thing, though. Meanwhile, in the grotto, blank blank to give blank blank if she blank the blank. To achieve this, blank blank her blank and blank the blank's blank. But after reading blank's letter, blank realized that blank blank the blank's blank 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 so blank blank blank. Ah, can I make it any more obvious? This is Myrtle's song, promised to give Eliza Swan. Like profits? How's the document put this? Yeah, my share, so this doesn't feel like it fits nice. If she found the wish... I think it specifically calls for the Wishbloom, yeah. Yeah, okay. Eliza Swan... I guess just treasure. It's not the. To achieve this... blank blank her blank and blank the blank's blank. Is this like showed mass raptures when confessed removed? Activated shot, inflated, restrained, sabotaged, sealed, new. After reading blank, hold on, that's Walter Keene's letter. Eliza realized that Myrtle blank the blanks blank blanked blank. God, that's a weird sentence. One day one of these blanks will be the McRib. I feel like the existence of this game should, like, beget, like, a parody of this game. And, like, I feel like there's a lot of joke opportunities. Like, you could definitely do one that just, like, shows, like, a bunch of buffalo. And then, like, have some, like, cartoon... Like, have, like, a billboard, right? For, like, the city of Buffalo. And then all the blanks are just buffalo, 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 buffalo. To achieve this, blank blanked her blank and blank the blank's blank. I mean, in the end, pretty sure, like, Eliza shot Myrtle is the crux. There are two fully locked things we haven't done yet, by the way. To achieve this. I want it to make no sense until you say blank out loud and realize it was blank all along. Capital B blank. I really feel like it's a missed opportunity that, like, blank has never been the correct word to fill the blank. Like, someone loaded their gun with blank. I don't know what's going on in this scene. So this scene is like, these two ladies came into this cave. The lady who's dead, like, signed a note to the other one being like, I'll give you all of my treasure if you find the Wishbloom. And they came in here, and, like, the letter is basically like, I tried to keep people away from the Wishbloom, redacted. So that's how the Wishbloom works, and if you want to know more, I'm standing right behind you. And so, yeah, I don't have a lot more than you do. Entirely horrendous. Wow, winching it up. So I guess this game has reprogrammed my brain to have a negative reaction to the word blank. Can you use some sort of basic emote in Twitch chat to describe what kind of negative reaction you have? To achieve this, blanked her blank and blanked the blank's blank. Music in here is like really blanking dramatic. Followed. Followed is a word I don't think I've used at all. Not like this, or alternatively Vasco de Curse. Yeah, I can see the emotion. I'm getting a hazy mental image of the emotion that you're experiencing. Sneezed. Found new sealed. I don't think I've used sealed either. Or sabotaged, frankly. Although that feels like a stretch. Reading Walter King's letter, Eliza realized that Myrtle's song blanked the blank's blank had... Sure, I feel like conceal or like mislead or something belongs here. Sabotage. What are my words here? Treasure, lots gun, weight limit, smell jar, balloon, weed, people beacon. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Dumb Vasco. While winching it up, someone had to activate the beacon to get the airship in. I guess. I think? Who do I think did that? Does it matter? Okay, that's a bad sign. Equally bad sign. Oh no, that's not Ivan. Ivan is the name I want. Still wrong. How is it 3 wrong? I don't like having 3 wrong and none money. I'd much rather have 0 wrong and 3 money. Oh. No, I think I understand. The betrayal is not what I thought it was. Ants? Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I see. I've had a fundamental misunderstanding about the fact that this guy wasn't shot and this guy was. This guy was in on the plan, and this guy they weren't gonna kill. They were just gonna leave him for dead, which, you know, your mileage may vary on whether that's better or worse. So, do I know who activated the beacon? Let me read this again. Ansel. No, I will activate the beacon. Others may emerge from the grotto with me. So Ansel activates the beacon. So Ansel activates the beacon. Then Ivan climbs out. Oh no. Jasper climbs out, and the other two restrain him, and then we shoot not Jasper. Ivan shoots Ansel. Hello? Stop lagging. Ivan shoots Ansel, and we restrain the other guy. Entered the grotto and found the treasure. Winching it up, Ansel activated the beacon. Jasper climbed out and the others restrained him. Ivan shot Ansel because he exceeded the weight limit, and Ivan inflated the balloon, so Ivan drowned. What's wrong here? I think I'm missing one now. What's the one that's wrong? It's like... oh no, it's something to do with this, huh? It's... did Ivan go down instead of Ansel? Yeah, Ansel didn't go down because he activated the beacon? I don't know if that's better or same. This appears to make sense, though. Ivan's managing the winch and is responsible for activating the beacon, so him planning to stay on the surface makes sense. Jasper gets restrained, so it frames the sentence in that way. Because the other two who leave... seems really unnecessary to shoot Ansel. He didn't... I didn't get this backwards again, did I? This balloon thing? Inflate is up, so that is what he did. But inflate is descend, so he took a wet nap. Found the... I mean, I think this has to be treasure, because they found a box that we don't see the contents of, but we know that the Wishbloom isn't in it. Like, activated the beacon is the terminology, yeah? Oh, no, wait a minute. That's wrong. This is... Ivan. Finishing it up. Ivan activated the beacon. So it makes sense that the others go down. Can't have been Ivan, Tommy, or Ansel on the beacon. The writer was someone else. Well, Tommy's not a person. Ansel, wait on nearby island. I will activate the beacon. Stop. No, you're right. Oh no! No, wait. No, I think this is... I mean, obviously this is Telegram, right? But, like... I think this is... Others may emerge from the grotto with me. Bring Tommy. And then I think this last bit is basically signed Ivan. So I do think Ivan activated the beacon. Jasper climbed out. The others restrained him. Presumably it's the two on the surface, right? So Ivan and Ansel. And Ivan shot Ansel. I mean, it's because of the weight limit, isn't it? I don't think he did anything else wrong. Really clear on, like, another genuine reason. Because Ivan Kierans inflated the balloon, the airship plummeted, and he drowned. Try something. So... Okay. That's... I don't know what that means. I think that suggests that I have one wrong, but I'm not 100% on that. I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here. They rigged the treasure? That's not great. What does that tell me? I think that tells me that there's one wrong if I leave that as found. Is it possible that Ansel shot Ivan? I don't see how, considering that Ansel is shot and Ivan is drowned. So I don't think so. What's the deal with the grave? What is the deal with the grave? It's really weird. Really don't know what's going on here either. To achieve this blank... God, this sentence sucks. To achieve this blank blanked her blank and blanked the blanks blank. To achieve... finding the treasure. I mean, presumably, this first blank is Eliza. Because it's to achieve finding the Wishbloom. Oh. See, I was assuming this gas mask at the bottom of the ravine or whatever belonged to this guy. But now some of the context from Events Note 2 suggests that one of the people never went down the hole. So I think what this is actually saying is that Eliza removed her gas mask and followed the Wishbloom's smell. She followed her nose. After reading Walter Keane's letter, Eliza Swan realized that Myrtle Song blanked the blanks blank. So she shot her. I mean, that's an extreme response. So you understand how it seems important to understand the context, right? Hold on. Could it be because Ivan sabotaged the balloon? I'm not 100% on the balloon thing, so, like, I can't say no to that. But, like, if you look at the controls, it seems like the issue is simply that he has balloon on max inflate, and that appears to be down. So I think he literally just used brink with down and plummeted into the drink. Realize that Myrtle's song... I mean, like, I feel like... She realized that Myrtle's song... I mean, it has to have something to do with this, right? Like, messing with the entry on sorrel grass. I would think. So find hook-shaped spores that launch themselves deep within the walls. But it's like super weird that she would do that. That she would like take off the mask, like assuming that that was the thing. Does the actual note say? Grows thick and tall. Dark caverns and hates sunlight. Entirely harmless, but makes things slimy. So this guy's like a turtle now? For some reason his tattoos are on his turtle shell? Also, it kind of looks like his hand is of a similar construction to whatever this is. Why is she covering her eyes? Is it truly just because he's hideous to behold? Got a lot of goats right now. You know what I mean? The normal cave where everything is normal. That's correct, Nauseam. Hello and welcome. The most normal thing of all is, of course, this man who is, like, becoming a turtle. I realized that Myrtle Song blank the blanks blank. God, I hate this sentence. I hate this sentence big time. And what's going on here? By the way, Nauseam, as I'm sure you know, we're playing Rise of the Golden Idol. We're on the final DLC. I am concerned. I think there's like another chapter of this. I was really hoping to finish this tonight. So I wanted to just start tomorrow's stream with fresh game. I think we're not even sure we're getting this segment done tonight, to be honest. There's a lot going on. Launching it up, they activated the beak. Is it obvious to someone else in the chat what I think individual word in this scroll is wrong? Swan and Myrtle Song, they definitely went down. And Jasper had to go down. And Ivan was planning to activate the beacon, so he shouldn't have gone down. So I think those are the 4. I entered the grotto and found the treasure. So somehow Myrtle already knew that the treasure was distinct from the Witherbloom, even though that was supposed to be the same thing? Nasim says, I like this game, which means I have enough brain damage that I forget the ending. Nauseum, you're a real one. You know what? Have one of these. That's a based take as far as I'm concerned. It's most likely one of the names. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you include the sum total of all the red names, that's probably true. But like one name, well, now that we have like a full name joined in a single red, it's much more likely for only one of them to be wrong. Launching it up, Ivan Kearns activated a beacon. It was restrained by the others. I think that's all right. I wish this sentence just said Ivan shot Ansel because he chubbo. I can tell you the line number if you want. I mean, I fully understand that you're trying to help, and I appreciate the offer, Demolition, and for keeping an eye on the guide, but like, it's more like I wanna understand it, you know? Most of what I remember of this game, everyone forgets the lesson of stop, is it stop engaging with this? Yeah. Listen, that's... So, Nauseum, you're in good company. We're hashtag Spike Gaming, which is a term that we're sort of building from the ground up. I have a tendency to play narrative-based games. By the way, thank you for the gift sub to Nauseum Demolition. Have one of these too. So on stream, I have a tendency to play like narratively based games, and a lot of those tend to be sort of like puzzle oriented. And puzzle games can be really hit or miss, both like overall and, you know, individually on like the scale of like a portion of the game. And so like I find myself somewhat frequently like playing a puzzle game and liking it up to some point where like either like something gets like really, really stupid, or like things in general start getting like consistently stupid. But like I have a tendency also to want to finish games that I start playing on stream. And so like I liked Case of the Golden Idol. I think Case of the Golden Idol is a good game that has like a couple weird spots in it, but like overall is like a good game that like tells stories well and has characters that I like mostly care about, and like uses its puzzles to convey meaning in an interesting way. And then we started playing Rise of the Golden Idol, and I don't really like it. There are some good things in this game, but most of this game is not good. Is my feeling. These views reflect me alone. But that's where I'm at. But we're so close to finishing it, and I want to finish it. And then I can always say that I gave it a fair chance and I still hate it. Okay, I'm gonna put you away again. Grotto. Reading the letter, Eliza Swan realized that murder... It kind of sucks to make their names Swan and Song, you know? Golden Idol series for me tends to be I hate this until I love it. That's interesting. It's not quite the opposite, but I feel like my experience is different, where like I feel like I tend to approach every story with an open mind up until the point that like I hit some snag that like feels like some weird like puzzle solving sleight of hand, and it tends to make me upset. Nico says, I still think Eliza realized that Myrtle knew the Wishbloom smell transformed people. Interesting. Interesting. That is a conclusion I suppose you could draw from this, huh? It makes use of the weird new word. Transform. Do I have the word like people? I could be onto something there. Because like it certainly is the case, right? Like this man's a turtle. And he lives in a cave with the smell flowers. So like that's what's happening, yeah. But like So new that the Wishblooms smell. Although strictly speaking, it's like the spores, right? Not the smell, but I think that's as close as we're getting. And then like transformed. I guess people. Transformed alligators? Okay, you got it there. So what? Anything, Bueller? I thought this was a totally normal dude who's really normal. Well, he is in the normal cave where everything is normal. His eyes are just like an unnatural shade of blue. Is the only thing that tipped me off to something. I was joking about this earlier, Nauseum, where like something in the last scene, like the portion of the DLC before this was like, you were like supposed to notice that like someone's eyes like weren't yellow, so they weren't like afflicted by a thing. And I'm like, listen, if you want me to like notice stuff like that, you can't make people. This can't be what a normal people looks like in your game, right? Like, that's a great engagement. And Echo says, I would 100% smell the Wishbloom. What percent likely, everyone in chat, do you think you are to smell the Wishbloom, knowing like this is kind of the whole business? I mean, I guess we're led to believe his friend like burned away to nothing, by which I mean just like decayed over time. But what did happen with this weird tunnel? Like someone like dug their, I guess this guy like dug his way out and became Turtle? But like, why is there like an Eldritch Claw Manatee thing? I think we have a name mixed up somewhere, but I don't know whose name. I mean, I appreciate the effort, but like if you if you don't have an indication on which name, it's not any more helpful than like one of them's wrong, you know? It's the manatee's hand. I mean, his hand looks like the manatee, so like I don't know. Like I don't know if there's supposed to be a connection there. I need to know what I'll turn into. So, okay, by extension then, Neko, are you saying you would not eat a devil fruit from One Piece? Where, like, typically you don't know what power you would gain from eating the devil's fruit? So Ivan has a gun that's missing a bullet, and Ansel is the only person other than What's-Her-Face who's shot. And we know that that arrangement is confirmed. So Ivan had to be the one who shot Ansel. There's only one space I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Did someone else inflate the balloon? Am I getting got by like the redundant name stuff, which I hate to begin with? Zanko said, I'll eat anything. Doesn't have to give me powers. That does explain, you got like food poisoning from some food you got at work like a month or two ago, didn't you, Zacula? Is there a beacon in the picture? The beacon is this thing. R104 radio beacon. It's mentioned in like the telegram. That like it's part of their plan for him to go like wait somewhere, and then like the beacon will like tell the ship where to go. Real life, I hate to say it, if you know the smell, you'll know what cancer smells like. Wait. What? I don't think I know how to comprehend that. A mystery burger given to me by a guest who got a wrong Uber Eats order. So did they try to correct it, or did they just like abandon dinner and then be like, hey, you there, eat this? Alright, in the interest of time, go ahead and give me that line, Demolition. I think collectively we don't know how to fix it. Line 1. Okay, that's fascinating. That should be easy, and it's not. In 1927. I mean, we know that Eliza and Myrtle went down, right? Jasper wasn't supposed to go down because he has a walkie-talkie. Is that it? Is that the idea? No. I mean, it's not Jinpo Jenkins. His last name is Jenkins? I didn't even clock that. That's so dumb. Neither the churro from the elderly Japanese lady or the pizza from the drunk Australians made me sick, so we're up, actually. Is that the running tally? It's 3 food? Off by 1. No, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Demolition. You don't mean to suggest that the names are correct but need to be in specific slots, do you? Because I'm gonna pitch a fit if that's it. No, just the names. Oh, well, I mean, that was already the presumption, but okay. Just went from 2 to 1. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any that doesn't make any sense for that to be a true sentence. No, I understand you mean from 2 wrong to 1 wrong. I'm saying that doesn't make any sense because it doesn't seem like... didn't I mathematically prove that I wasn't more than 1 wrong already? I thought I did. Ivan and Jasper. Like, I think did I already have Ivan? But then how is Ivan the one planning to do the beacon? I feel like that doesn't make sense. How am I supposed to know that? Like, the Jasper thing made sense to me, where if he had the walkie-talkie, he was supposed to be separate from the other group. You be well also, Nauseum. Great to have you drop by. Thanks for stopping in. We love to see a base to take. What was the point of Ansel in all this? What a fantastic question, it turns out. Like, Ansel was, like, supposed to take the ship out, but he got shot dead instead. Doesn't go in the hole, gets shot, and gets left behind. Why did he come? I don't know. You know what? I'm just going to leave it. I genuinely don't think that makes sense, but we'll just leave it. Okay. Do you ever wish you could change your past, my love? Says the, like, elf monster. No, darling, I already got my wish, and so much besides. So this is, Walter and the lady who has a grave on the island, right? On February 27th, 1797, Blank and his crew blank a blank blank after blank tipped off blank. With the treasure in their possession, the blank got blank by the blank's blank, except for blank because he had no blank. Meanwhile, the Seven Seas Company blanked for the blank, so the crew blank it. While doing so, blank blanked the blank, but he was blank and sentenced to blank in the blank. Okay. Oh, this is the end? Okay, it looked like there was more stuff on the, like, home screen.
Forever.
I have a general sense of what we're talking about here. So this is Jacques Triton and his crew. Blanked a blank blank after blank tipped off blank. Not totally sure about that. With the treasure in their position, the blank got blank by the blank's blank. Except for blank. Treasure in their possession. Because he had no smell. Because he had no nose? The heck is this story? Are there bald aliens now? I think she smelled the flower, Neko. While doing so, blank blank the blank, but he was blank and sentenced to blank in the blank. Sentenced to death in the grotto. He tried to steal the Wishbloom. So this is not William Nutter, Walter Keane. But meanwhile, the Seven Seas Company blank or the blank. So the crew, that's like hid it. How would we phrase this? I know what we're getting at here. This is in the captain's log. Learned that the Seven Seas Company's ordered naval forces to search all ships entering company's harbors and to seize Lemurian artifacts. Meanwhile, the Seven Seas Company, I guess, searched for the Wishbloom? Treasure in their possession. The crew got blank by blank. Except for blank, because he had no blank. Also, Vasco, did you end up liking root trees? Yes, I like root trees. They were like, because of its scope, there were like some like fiddly bits, but like, I like that. I didn't end up playing the like hard mode epilogue thing. Because it's not something that I like prioritized off stream, and it didn't get the sense that people wanted like a whole. It seems like it's kind of like a big extra segment, to be honest. Yeah, I think Cotillion sent me. I think the thing Cotillion sent me was like an hour plus long review video of Incident at Galley House, and like he simply said like watch the first 30 seconds, and I forget what it said, but I was like. Hard sold, it's on my list now. Something like that. I was just like, yeah, all I needed was 30 seconds. Probably could have truncated it down to like 15. Blank by the blank, except for blank. I mean, like... So the weird thing here is, like, it feels like the implication is that... Like, it feels like the way this is phrased and the word choices available is that this is saying that, like, the crew got infected by the Wishbloom smell except for some guy who had no... Oh, wait, there is the guy who had no nose! That is Stefan Garner. He had a wood nose. Right? I think that was Stefan Garner. I think we're using the word infected instead of transformed because that word is not available. So wait a minute. Oh wait, the date is important, right? The raid went off without a hitch. The Lemurians were no match for our steel. The treasure is ours. Okay, so they... pillaged, probably, a Lemurian island? Shyland? Wait, where is Port Armando? It's mentioned somewhere. It's not in here, though. Not that many places it can be written, right? Oh, the music in here is bad. Right, there's no words on that, so it's not there either. other... One of the worst parts of this game is like trying to find the origin of a word. Nope. No idea. Moving on. Moving on to negative progress. Lemurian, I don't know, ship? I don't know. Sounds like it's like a village. I'm just gonna say ship. After blank tip off blank. I feel like I don't have any sense of what's going on there. The red tipped off red. Some of the crew dialogue somehow relevant in putting that together? Poor Jimbo Jenkins. This is a Let's Play, which is why I didn't want you to see anymore. I mean, I got that sense of it, but like it's not simply that. It was that like the super like logline based description of the game was like, yep, definitely. After blank tipped off blank. Let's return to 1800. Bizarre epilogue. Blank tipped off blank. Ergen Patu. What's the deal with Ada? She fakes her illness, kills a bunch of people, then becomes a pirate? No, I don't think that's the timeline. What's weird is... 1800. I guess we just, like, don't care about what happens to the people in the present because it kind of just drops off? I don't know. On the way back to the ship, blank successfully blank everyone except blank, who then blank blank. On the journey back home, the remaining crew members killed one another except for blank and blank, who blank with the blank. After making it back to blank, blank blank, and then fatally wounded blank, who in turn killed blank. Meanwhile, back on the island, blank and blank also blank. Blank successfully blanked everyone except blank. Oh, brother. On the journey back home, the remaining crew members killed one another except for, this is important, Stefan and Elazar Garner, who escaped with the map? Yeah, escaped with the map. So it's the same group of names for both, I think is a little interesting. Someone tipped off the Seven Seas Company. That's plausible. But that doesn't quite seem right. Because, like, the way that sentence is framed is that they succeeded at stealing the thing because of the tip-off. Not that they were, like, put at risk of being caught for the tip-off. Because it's, like, not until, like, a couple sentences later where it says, meanwhile, the Seven Seas Company was looking for them. it's maybe almost the inverse, that like someone from the Seven Seas Company tipped off Triton, which like the only name here that I immediately know is associated, I think, is Alistair Sims, who is from the first game and heretofore I don't think mentioned at all in this video game. So I could try that. Like, it was itching at the back of my head, but it's really stupid if true. Okay. But so like, Ada's story. What's Ada's story? So the captain dies at the time that she fakes her illness. So that has to be after this point. So I think the notion is that she's always a pirate. The pirates find the Wishbloom. They hide the Wishbloom because it's too hot. They can't fence it, right? Like, the Seven Seas Company is after it. So they drop it in the hole with Walter Keane. Then they leave. I guess it's just implied that, like, at some point, you know, people stop searching for the Wishbloom. So they use their map to go back for it. Then Ada gets the captain and most of the crew... Well, not most of the crew. Much of the crew killed with her stunt. Then... I guess those two return to the ship and then the mutiny happens. And at that point, everybody other than the Garners die. But then how does Ada get back to be turned into a monster? What exactly... So 5 more years after the epilogue. 1768. She lived a dangerous life, but always landed on her feet. That turn of phrase is probably important. Back in the island, blank and blank also... blank. I think this is Ada and Walter also transformed. Went back to the ship. Blank successfully blank everyone except blank. Who then blank blank. Her name Patu sounds familiar. Like, he's someone from, like... I believe Ergen Patu is, like, one of the conspirators from the first game who, like, got the New Order installed as government in, like, fake London. Like, I don't think he's appeared in this game at all. Much like Alistair Sims. No, wait, the words aren't the same between these, because transformed is over here, and transformed is not on the left. I'm sure this last sentence is clear. The first sentence is probably good other than perhaps the names at the end, the last names. It seemed like it was a while ago. I was just surprised to recognize a name. Yeah, I don't know. This game is weird about that. I mean, like, I feel that there is an issue, again, where we, like, don't... The writers of this game don't make an effort to craft the story in such a way that you become attached to, like, any of the characters. So the names don't stick with you because you don't care about anyone. Like, maybe this is a me problem. Maybe, like, other people are like, yeah, like, Ergen Patu, obviously I still remember who that guy is. After making it back to blank, blank blanked and then fatally wounded blank, who in turn killed blank. I'm not exactly sure what this is supposed to point to. Way back home, everyone died except them, and they escaped with the map. After making it back to... It's gotta be Port Armando, right? And that's gotta be, like, where the first thing happened. Making it back to Port Armando. Is that something? Is the idea that... Did we find Ada's remains in the mutiny? I think I have to check. I hate this. So mutiny is this one. $1797. Where's the book? Where's the book? Someone's got the book. Wait, is the book in the present? Oh, the book isn't. So Ada Baker's already crossed out at this point. That's interesting. I don't really know. Is Ada immortal? I mean, like, she's... We have reason to believe she's dead in 1805. But, like, by 1800, she's like an elf creature. God, the load times in this game are unforgivable. Does this game think it was, like, coded on the PlayStation 1? Like, what's the deal? So... Would that open? Whatever. So, this is referring back to the first scene. After making it back to Port Armando... Someone fatally wounded Stefan Gardner, who in turn killed... So, in the first one, there's like a local guy who like finds the map and then like watches like a creature go out to sea. I feel like that person was transformed. Like that was a person who was transformed by the Witherbloom. I gotta tell you, it's a really underwhelming resolution to that cliffhanger that I thought was cool at the end of the second scene. Where, like, oh no, like, a creature, like, dragged the captain into the water. And it was like, nah, like, the natives just did it, and it wasn't interesting at all. Like, they just killed him because they didn't like him. Go back to the ship. Blank successfully blank everyone. Except blank. On the way back to the ship. On the way back to the ship. So after the events here, Ada successfully poisoned everyone except Stefan, who then blanked someone? I mean, it's spared Ada, right? So this is the poisoning thing that we did before. And they just sort of part ways. He's happy to be alive. I guess she was like... It's like vaguely implied that she has feelings for what's-his-face already. Not heavily, not like clearly implied, but like... I think she was mad at everyone for like giving him a death sentence. And then she stuck around and like became an elf lady. So then on the journey back home... Everyone else on the ship killed each other except for the two who got away. And then they got back to Port Armando. And... Stefan... I guess the implication... No, I think I have to go back and look at the other one, too. This one. The load times! I'm sorry, son. So, I mean, he's still alive, so I think he's the one who got fatally wounded. But he, like, shot his son. I still don't know what the deal with Dear Mother is. That's fine. I don't need to know that. I'm sure the answer is upsetting. So that does suggest that the monster is his son. But did the son get infected? Come on. Come on. Okay. Making it back to Port Armando. I guess we're saying that... I don't know which way around it is, but I think it's... Because Shot is first, I think it's Stefan, because I think his son is like a monster. Alright, we're close. In turn killed... Did another person die there? I don't think so. Also, back on the island, Ada and Walter Keane also. I mean, that should be transformed, shouldn't it? Because, like, the way this is telling the story, it is not supposing that, like, anyone was transformed before that. Yeah? Why does it open up the words automatically every time? Would Stefan have transformed? I'm not, like, totally sure. So I guess the idea is... That's... Yeah, so before they came back and dumped people in this hole, they had the flower on their ship. And so this is saying the whole crew got infected except for the guy without the nose. So even his son has a nose, and so he would have been infected. His son is Elazar. So, like, the guy with no nose is Stefan, and he is father to Elazar. And, like, they escaped, but when they got back to port, apparently there's, like, a delayed reaction, and Elazar became, like, a monster of some description. But what's weird is, like, it seems like he went feral, and, like, the people on this island are chill, and I don't really know what the distinction there is. Like, I feel like if you shuffle these around, it's more than two wrong, so I don't know what to... Oh no 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 no! I get it. No, wait, that also doesn't make sense. That also can't be true. That's like way too many shuffle around. It could. Well, no, transformed is past tense too, so that doesn't. Is it? It shouldn't be escaped if Stefan's in the correct spot. If he's not, there's like too many that are like moved around. Ada Baker poisoned everyone except Stefan, who spared Ada. Pretty sure that's right. The jury back. Everyone died except the two who lived and they escaped with the map. That's already established. After making it back to Port Armando, Stefan shot and wounded Elizabeth. What? I don't know. And I'm like a bunch off on this. So I think the big issue is like, I don't know about this tip off. I'm unclear about that. Also, the Seven Seas Company can't be the person that got tipped off because they're not a red text box. Treasure in their possession. The crew got infected by the Wishbloom smell. I really don't like that they're calling it smell when they like make it clear it's like an effect of like the pollen. Except for Stefan Garner because he had no nose. Meanwhile, the Seven Seas Company searched for the Wishbloom, so the crew hid it. I mean, the terminology's a little wishy-washy, but that seems to be correct. While doing so, Walter Keane stole the Wishbloom and was caught and sentenced to death. My assumption here is that I have, like, both of these names wrong, and one other thing. Try something random. It's not Marion Treasure, is it? No. So they're the ones who made the map, so they didn't need to, like, steal the map, because the map is to where they hid the treasure. Do I have evidence of, like, someone... Am I supposed to know who did the tip-off? How am I supposed to know that? Sorry. I think I misclicked. I thought I had put this back. I don't feel like I have any evidence of this tip-off, and it's obviously, like, important. Would it be something about the key? Oh my god, the map he drew is this guy's mom, right? It's just like his actual mom looks like that. Because he's like horrible, but she's... Okay, I don't know why I did that, but I hate it. Word of our attack is circulated. I have learned that the Seven Seas Company's word. I just, like, this doesn't hint to me... What? I feel like I have no context for the tip-off. If this wasn't here, I think I'd be done already. There's something about... I don't know. I don't think anyone here is suggesting that someone was, like, outed as a turncoat, other than, like, the attempt to steal the treasure. Ada always lands on her feet. I don't know what that... I don't think that means anything, does it? Hold on. Not this. Stop it. Not this. This? Oh, cripes alive. I had to use one of these overworld notes. The 27th day of February, Lumerian... Yeah, okay. So Ergen Patu told Walter... Like, two people who, like, basically don't appear in the story. In some, like, ancillary... God, I hate this crap. This is the exact crap I hate about this game. And again, a big part of it is this. Like, if it was easier to, like, access the information, it would be more passable to me. Why does it do this? So I should be at 2 or less now. Okay. But yeah, so, like... Nego says it's cheating to put the note outside the scenario. I'm inclined to agree. I think the wording is strong, but, like, for my money, the whole point of this enterprise is that, like, the puzzle's in the scene, man. Like, I don't want to be looking at stuff outside the scene. That's a different game than Golden Idol. That's a different thing entirely. The pillage of the Lemurian ship. The treasure in their possession. The crew got infected. I still don't think that there's, like, a better word for that among the available options. By the smell, except Stefan, who had no nose. Search for the Wishbloom so the crew hit it. So they... not. It's definitely not returned. They didn't put it back where they got it. Walter Keane stole the Wishbloom, but he was caught and sentenced to death in the... I mean, I'm pretty sure they call it the grotto, right? Like the big wet hole in the ground? No, wait, the thing that tells me that is, like, entering the grotto. So yeah, we're calling that the grotto. We're saying that we have Pop Pop in the attic. So we're at 2 or fewer on both, and I don't know. And the second one, Stefan shot and then fatally wounded just looks wrong. You don't shoot and then fatally wound. It's the shot that's fatal. It doesn't make sense. Agreed. It's a awkward turn of phrase to have the sentence have a really specific meaning that they want that doesn't come naturally and would otherwise probably be, like, exposed by the conceit of making the sentence sound good, is my guess. But, like, I don't... Is there, like, a third person involved in that? God, I really don't care for this addition to the video game. I don't think that matters. This also doesn't matter. Is it possible that Seven Seas was searching for treasure instead of Wishbloom? You know, we could probably check that on the Overworld, because there would be something that I think should specifically put it one way or another. It may not specifically mention the Wishbloom in it, but if it does, then I would say then definitively that's correct. If I'd have known what was in that crate, I'd have never let you keep it in your room. I just don't have the sense that a third person was killed in this exchange. I don't know how I would get that from this. The Lemurian vessel was unlawfully attacked and our cargo pillaged. This incident enraged the Lemurians. All vessels entering our harbors, encroached upon the high seas by our naval forces, shall be thoroughly searched for Lemurian relics. Is that an option? Is Lemurian relics an option? The load times are so bad. Come on. You understand why this is so annoying, right? Like, you must understand that. Searched for... I guess it could simply be treasure. It does say the, though, which makes me think it's not. Okay, unclear. Hold on a second. I think that means that Wishbloom is correct and there's exactly one wrong now? They definitely weren't searching for the Port Armando. So that means that changing that didn't make it more wrong than either of the other options, and that didn't trigger it to red. So there should only be one wrong, I think? Was caught. So, the conceit of this is that, like, the Wishbloom is just, like, an urban legend, because, like, otherwise I have no idea why anyone would want this thing. Okay, Triton and his crew pillaged a Lemurian ship after... That should be right. Affected... Really searched for the crew hid it. I'm gonna put in returned, but that should be wrong. What? So that means that means that two things are wrong? So that means that Wishbloom and treasure are both wrong? So here's the problem with that, Neko. Neko says, I think Elazar transformed, then fatally wounded Stefan, who in turn killed Elazar. On the one hand, I agree with you. But if you look at what we're faced with, we currently have 2 or fewer incorrect. In order to frame it the way you've described, we would have to change 4 things. Which would mean that we couldn't possibly be 2 or fewer away from having it correctly filled out right now. If you can work out a way that that can be true, then I agree with you. I am unable to do so exactly. But it's definitely not like Stefan transformed, because he's the one who doesn't have a nose. God, don't tell me it's they search for the ship. Or like the crew or something. That like doesn't make sense. The Seven Seas Company searched for itself. I mean, this has to be wrong. But, like, all of them have to be wrong. And what's the other thing? Stefan transformed? His fake nose was hiding a real one? I mean, I appreciate the effort, but pretty sure that's wrong. These weren't searching for the map because it wasn't hidden yet. It doesn't make sense. How would it not be? Oh my god. I don't know, man. I don't know. Went back to the ship. Ada Baker successfully poisoned everyone except Stefan Garner. It's Stefan, isn't it? Who survived that? It's not the other Garner? I don't know why. I don't know when or why he lost his nose, though. Because, like, he had it when he didn't get poisoned to death. Many crew members killed one another, except those two. Like, that has to be correct. Maybe back to Port Armando. Stefan... I'm just gonna hate one of these word choices, right? Maybe it's search for the smell. I mean, I see the reasoning there, but, like, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense for, like, basically a navy to tell people to find a smell, you know? This is clearly one that's wrong currently, and I hate it. So, like, I can see an argument for searching for the crew, but that kind of suggests that they know who did it, and it's implied that they don't. So I feel like that's not true. It doesn't make sense for it to be the grotto or the map, because, like, they don't know where they hid it, and there wouldn't be a map to find it until it's hidden. And it's not Port Armando, because that... It couldn't... That doesn't make any... Why would they be looking for a place that they know exists? I can buy an argument for the ship, but that is similar to crew in that it's like, it implies that they already know who's responsible. It could be treasure, but, like, putting that in doesn't, like, help, and it doesn't seem like... It seems like that should be roughly equivalent to Wishbloom. I know that's not how the real world works, but, like, it does seem like it should be the same. Either way, what's the other problem? What's the other thing? I don't think it's smell. It's certainly not Seven Seas Company or nose or death. Lemurian by itself without another word doesn't seem to make any sense. Like, it feels like it has to be Wishbloom ship or treasure, but, like, somehow... I can sort of brute force this, right? Okay, so the answer is treasure, and I have to tell you that still feels arbitrary. But that does mean that now there is only one problem. And that also tells us that hid is correct, which shouldn't be a big surprise, but at this point, like, who friggin' knows? Try Elazar instead of Stefan. That Elazar killed himself? Explain what you mean by that. On the left. No, but Stefan is the one who doesn't have a nose. That cannot be correct. Oh, just shoot me. It just... This is, like... This is why you don't split up the information and give everyone stupid names, man. Like, conceptually, I understand exactly what's going on, man. Like, it just sucks to be punished for, like, knowing the right answer, but, like, all these technicalities, which is all the stuff this game loves. It's so annoying. Wallace stole the map. And not the Wishbloom. Who's Wallace? Hello? So then this would be... I mean, this still doesn't... Like, this legitimately doesn't make any... Like, it obviously becomes more wrong. But, no, I guess it's... No, at that point it is just transformed then, because it's the sun and not the other. Okay. So frustrating. Like, listen, I'm not gonna pretend like that's not, like, technically my fault, but, like... It's, like... It's two guys with the same last name and their first names are both fake garbage and, like, neither of them has appeared in a scene in, like, 3 days. So, like, throw me a friggin' bone here. Like, that, like, it just, like, it sucks to be, like, sidelined by, like, a stupid technicality. Like, there was nothing about that I didn't comprehend. Like, there was nothing there to solve other than, like, correcting, like, a factual error that I think is generated by this game, like, using stupid names and pronouns and stuff. Like, it's whatever. Yeah, just give me the... The Wishbloom smell infected the pirates during their journey to the island, although they didn't know it yet. After the poisoning, Stefan spared Ada, so she returned to the grotto to rescue Walter. The couple lived happily together until Ada's eventual death. In 1927, Myrtle convinced the expedition team to wear gas masks into the grotto, telling them the sorrel grass there was dangerous. When Eliza learned that the Wishbloom smell mutated humans into animal hybrids, she realized the real reason she insisted on the masks, and Myrtle had sacrificed Eliza's humanity to find the Wishbloom. I guess this is the game's main problem. It doesn't care that you understand the story. You have to remember all the stupid names and words for everything. It's more nuanced than that. Like, it is a problem, but, like, I think that's a systemic problem that stems from the... Like, the first game doesn't do this at all. Like, the first game has a problem where it's arguably redundant because it doesn't carry over any information from previous cases until, like, the bitter end of the DLC. Did the developers want you to do this in one scenario? They set up all... So the main game groups things into chapters, which are effectively the same types of units as the DLC. So each one of them has, I think, always between 4 and 5 individual scenes to review. But I think without exception, every single one of those groupings of scenes doesn't necessarily require, but, like, structures information in its ultimate reveal that comes from multiple scenes and or the splash page that groups the scenes together. So, like, you know, it's a compounding issue, right? It's like the more the more difficult you make it to absorb all the information from, like, having human Earth names that people might remember, or even just, like, I like, this one in particular, I think is a real indicator of this, of like, I understand why the first game does the first and last name thing. I don't think the second game benefits from it at all. Like, I think, like, particularly with the changes they make to how they structure the puzzles, like, a lot of them, like, literally just use a full name as a blank. So, like, it just doesn't, like, it just ceases to function. It doesn't matter anymore. So then, like, just give them, like, just call him Tom. Just call a guy Tom. And they're like, literally is a Tom, but they, like, use him as little as humanly possible. And instead give you, like, Ergen Patu and crap like that. But, like, it just, like, nothing could piss me off more than this ending, I think. I don't know. Maybe if they pulled another Lemurian Phoenix, I'd be more upset. But, like, it just sucks to, like, it's not a, like, I don't know how many times I've said this or some version of this, but, like, if the, hey, hi, it's me, it's Vasco, it's Big Vasco. There's probably, like, a little scene, we'll get back to that, it's fine, it's me, I'm Big, hi, hello. Guys, game developers of all types, shapes, and sizes, if you are making a puzzle game, and you structure your puzzle in such a way that when the player has a full understanding of the elements of the puzzle, and the puzzle is not at that point complete, I struggle to think of an exception to that puzzle being a failure. Like, if the player knows what it is, they should, that's what completing the puzzle is. Okay, let me just make sure, it's gotta have a cutscene, right? There's gonna be a cutscene and it's gonna be completely underwhelmed. The game has crashed, hasn't it? I've crashed the game. Understandable. Have a nice day. I'm gonna give it we're gonna give it a one unbelievably last shot, and of course it has to load up completely from scratch. But, like, is there a more fitting way to end the game than for it to crash again, do you think? God, it just sucks. The loading times of this whole game are so bad. They're so frustrating. It just shouldn't be like this. But to answer the question in earnest, do they expect you to do it in one sitting? I honestly don't know. It, like, the way, like, some of the names and information and, like, the way they want things to carry over between splash screens and scenes and things of that nature, it honestly feels like they want you to play a 50-hour game, like, straight through without sleeping, which seems insane also, if we can be, like, honest with each other. Like, that doesn't seem like that makes sense either. Okay, found the epilogue. Is this involved? It seems to think it loaded this, but I disagree. Nicola says she didn't know the game crashed previously. I feel like you're making fun of me. Like, I don't know how you could possibly think that at this point. I think I spent 10 minutes today talking about how much it crashed and how miserable that is. Why? I don't understand how anyone thinks this game is an improvement on the other game. We've talked about this. Listen, I understand that people like the first game. I think the first game is good, right? You were 15 minutes late. You were not 15 minutes late because I spent 15 minutes talking about IT problems that weren't related to the stream. I'm sorry. You're... I'm not trying to be mean, but you're poking me when I'm, like, obviously really irritated. I'm sorry. But, like, I mean, can we talk about these cutscenes? These cutscenes that exist throughout the game? You work, like, really hard to solve their nonsense puzzles, and they're like, 5 years later, a boat exists. Like, what is this? Great. Let me click the ring now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, why would I think other than that? Why would I think otherwise? So like this, what we're saying is that the guy who got tied up brought cigarettes to the girl who went in the cave and became a monster. I think that's her hat. I don't know what the deal with the Bible is. Was she religious? Do they have Bible here? Is there a golden idol Jesus? Is that a thing? But like, listen, it's subjective, but like, does this feel like this put like a, does this feel like this contributed literally anything to the story? Like, ostensibly, this is your reward for completing the DLC. But in order to get here, you, like, already understand what happened. Like, it's, like, the same problem. It's the same problem. It's, like, me getting stuck because I confused the dad and son's name, and there's, like, no indicators in the case that just, like, help nudge you in the right direction. So you have to, like, go through, like, 4 screens that risk crashing the game, and they load, like, molasses. Like, it's just... Get me out of here. Just never again. Never again. It's not a good game. There's a lot of ways to say it. There are almost no ways in which I feel like the storytelling of this game succeeds. Like, I think I can literally count on one hand the number of scenes I really think get their point across. And, like, one of the ones that's on that list is the mutiny. And, like, the game just insists that it be boring as sin. That, like, they made a really interesting scenario for themselves, and they were just like, but, like, what if that wasn't interesting? Like, what if that was just some crap that happens? Is like, and I hasten to preface this by saying you have to understand that this is not a comparison that you want made about your multi-part story structure, but it is reminiscent of Star Wars The Last Jedi going into Star Wars Rise of Skywalker, where like they set up like a bunch of stuff and then they're like, but what if that movie didn't count? E9 was by far the worst Star Wars property ever. I mean, not... I feel like Chad's messing with me. I don't know. Have we not talked about how much I hate Last Jedi? I think as much as I dislike Andor and the way people act about Andor, because I think people are dishonest about their treatment of Andor, I do think that Last Jedi is worse. I think it's the very worst. It doesn't even really try to be a Star Wars story, and it doesn't try to be good. So, like, if it's not trying to do either of those things, I don't know why it's doing any of, I don't know why it's around for that. It's like 1:40 in the morning. Listen, do you dislike Andor, really dislike Andor? I'm gonna ban you. You're my #1 mod. I'm just gonna ban you. You have to know. You have to understand. So, okay, I'm not gonna talk about this game anymore because I don't think I actually have anything meaningful to say. Like, honestly, I started the stream sort of summarizing some of the things that I think were interesting to dissect about this game, and like I think that ending was just really annoying in more ways than one. Like, it's just not like a satisfying puzzle problem to encounter, and like the decisions that go into making this game like obfuscate the things that make the puzzle more solvable. So like their choice is like to inflate the difficulty of the puzzle by like programming the game badly and making it crash, and making artificial difficulty by having you to like check other scenes instead of just like having the story speak for itself. So like the experience is bad and I'm in a bad headspace and I don't want Demolition to try and get me to talk about Andor. But like the game is bad, the game is over. We've learned some lessons from the game. I genuinely like it boggles my mind how many people seem to think that this is not just as good as but better than the other game. And as I said earlier in the stream, like a bunch of people say like Lemurian Phoenix 5 is like peak game, and that's like insane to me. That's unbelievably insane. I mean that's like, I mean that's akin, like, listen, I definitely like Rise of Skywalker more than Last Jedi, but like no one likes somehow Palpatine Returned. I think it's like the one Star Wars take that truly unites the fandom at this point. And like I feel like saying the Lemurian Phoenix 5 is the best part of the Golden Idol series is like saying my favorite part of Star Wars is that somehow Palpatine returned. Like, I just can't imagine what kind of like trauma you've been through to like cope that hard. So the question I have for you, chat, is like a bunch of you are what, like not available for some amount of next weekend? I don't know how this works. So like tomorrow, so Demolition gifted me, what is the name of that game? Can I find it without breaking something? Probably not. I don't trust it. Doing it anyway. Oh, library load. Don't be like Golden Idol. Man, what a garbage game. Absolute dumpster fire video game. Locomotive is the one that I put on the list. Locomotive. So I'm assuming that Demolition does not want me to play Locomotive while he is not available. No train. Well, there's two train games. The other one is Cosmic Express. And Cosmic Express is a chill puzzle game where you make little train track configurations to like pick up aliens and drop them off at appropriate alien train stations. So like I think we're fine to play Cosmic Express. I just don't know if like people like if people like aren't going to be around, like would you rather I just play like Slay the Spire and people who can and like drop in do so? Like what's the jam? Do I have any like dissent in chat to that? About Dwarf Romantic? We could maybe do a Dwarf Romantic. Right, it might be meeting Cheryl Dave. Dude, I can't figure out what my sister's doing at any point. I talked to her literally yesterday about her schedule, and I bet I would fail a fill in the blank Golden Idol style test of planning her itinerary. Okay. Zachary, are you still here? No preference as long as it's not Rise of the Golden Idol. That's fair. So we'll be playing Rise of the Golden Idol tomorrow, is the takeaway from that. You could fail it with her as your lifeline call. That's upsettingly real. And that's pretty sure that says more about me than it does about the busyness of her schedule. But I think it says a little about both. A vote for Seos at Blake Manor. All right, okay, look. Let's just get this over with, huh? I'm already gonna have to like make a mess out of my life to get these posted for next week. Look, the room. She is full of plush toys. Some of them conceal in some way the Squirtle. the secret Squirtle. If you locate the secret Squirtle, it will be an omen of good luck for you. And after this experience, I feel like you I feel like you want that. I feel like you want it. I feel like you need that, huh? I want you to understand something though. And I get varying degrees of criticism from this, mainly from people who like find my channel in the wild and like don't understand what I'm like. And I think this probably says as much about them as it does about me. But like, I get upset because I care. Like, Golden Idol is not a perfect game, but it is a good game that opens up like a lot of creative opportunities that like people have started to tap into. And like, that's great. And it in and of itself has great storytelling. And it's not like I wanted this game to be bad. I feel that it is. But like, there's something really sinister about the like story grouping the scenes together where like almost invariably like half of them are good and then the other half are bad. So it keeps like gaslighting you. Like it keeps trying to like convince you like no. Like playing Rise of the Golden Idol is like agreeing to have an abusive relationship with a puzzle designer. They're like, "No, listen, I know the last 5 times I tried to use this like clean, straightforward puzzle structure to tell an interesting narrative, I botched it like beyond description. But this time for sure." And I have to tell you that they're never correct. Not once did the whole thing work out. It was always at best a mixed bag. But the like by far the best one is chapter 4. I think chapter 4 is the one that had the apartment building and the spiel dance. Like that was collectively that was still the best story, and it doesn't that also end with the museum and the guy getting overwritten, which like also sucked. Okay, let's gather these up. Tyranitar, Teddy Ursa, Flareon, Riggs. All right, let's go. Let's jam. Tyranitar. Squirtle. Was there also a Pikachu, guys? Or was it Pikachu? Pikachu, guys? Also Squirtle. Teddy Ursa? Also Squirtle. Flareon? And also Flareon? Also Squirtle. I don't know if that's holding up. Big Squirtle. It is a big Squirtle. It's the second biggest Squirtle that I've ever had. And Riggs also, it's good. It's a good big Squirtle. Thank you for the big Squirtle. Riggs also Squirtle. Zacula says I forgot to guess because I'm playing a video game. That's correct, Zacula. Behind Tigger, there was also a Squirtle. Is what I heard. Is how I read that. I decided to have fun with it. I figured after completing this game, we should have an all-encompassing theme, and I did some light consideration, and I realized I could just go with Tails. And there are so many things with Tails that I could feature, like some things that I don't necessarily put out all that often. But there's like so many Tails that like it could be any. There's so many Tails. Riggs has a very big head. Riggs is very good. I'm glad Riggs was definitely the correct choice from Cobalt Core to make a plush of. I'm kind of surprised that they did it, but it was a good call. Well, this sucked, but I hope you had a good time. There were parts of that were interesting, and there was definitely a lot of Rise of the Golden Idol. As a wise scholar said recently in chat, at least it's over. Don't be sad that it happened. Be happy that it's over, I think is how people put it. So I'll put something to the Discord, but like I do have a sense that like at large people maybe don't want to start something new right now. So I think the most likely outcome is either Dwarf or Slay the Spire. I think those are probably just like the two. Don't immediately have another thought. I'm out of here. This sucked. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. For those available, I'll catch you tomorrow. We'll be streaming at the same time, and we won't be streaming the same game. For those who aren't, I hope you have a good and plenty time. A good and plenty time. Regardless, until I see you next, take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome.